Nonetheless, this theory of the state has hardly been understood. For many, Lenin's insistence on the state as violence and totalitarian command over society entails a normative and imperative option. After all, Lenin's ability to regard the workers' power to attack the state as a theoretical aspect relevant to the analysis of the state itself, or in any case, fundamental in the project of its destruction, has led to an emphasis on the organizational, institutional, and sociological aspects of Lenin's theory of the state. As a result, Marxist theory of right ended up reproducing internally the same dualism of the bourgeois tradition and its mystifying powers. Only a handful of authors, especially Pasukhane's 7, had the strength to reassert the complexity of Lenin's theory of the state, and they did not meet with much gratitude from the workers' movement. It is therefore necessary to return to Lenin's theory of the state with great determination, to learn to read the theory of the state inside the categories of commodity and capital. Having said that, it cannot be denied that fundamental changes concerning the general conditions of capitalist development have intervened after, and because of, the October Revolution. Undoubtedly, the reformed state of capital exalts the moment of organization and the social continuity of its command much more than it did during the Tsarist aristocracy. Moreover, the socialization of the capitalist mode of production makes the determinations of command over society more extensive, mobile, and efficient. While we acknowledge this, the state is still a specific form of the synthesis between organization and command. It cannot give these up wherever they are and however they determine their synthesis. Violence is organic and substantial to social organization and will be so as long as there is exploitation. Lenin's teaching is that it must be seized and attacked, isolated and perfected for it to be fully exposed and ultimately destroyed. The fact that capitalist command is diluted into development does not change the grave reality of it, it only generalizes it and makes it so strong that its existence is mistaken as a natural occurrence. Today, prior to being confronted with the definition of the formal reality of the state, a revolutionary notion of the state that adopts Lenin's standpoint is faced with the problem of its destruction. What differentiates us from Lenin is the extent of the spread of the command that needs to be destroyed, not the will or need to destroy it. We have now gone through the paradoxes of the political and juridical science of capital, only to approach our own paradox. Point 8. Let us assume that the capitalist will to mystify and its ability to organize reach a stage where the recognition of the function of command over society becomes invisible both as a result of its totality and for its inherence in the overall social organization. Who is going to identify the moment of its destruction, then? Workers' hatred will be sufficient, because the capitalist paradox has its integral reverse side. It will be possible to find, inside the relation of production, the power of the state of capital fully deployed, and to hit it and destroy it there. This workerist attitude is more Leninist today than that of the many who seek out in the present state the state of the past. 22. The problem of the withering away of the state. Against equality. The last part of the fourth paragraph of the first chapter, a summary of the theses presented so far, interests us for two reasons. First, from a methodological standpoint. Lenin insists on the fact that only dialectics allows for a correct understanding of the stages of the revolutionary project. We know what the role of dialectics is for Lenin. On the one hand, dialectics makes it possible to understand the relation of continuity between structure and superstructure, institutional moment and materiality of political struggle, and to bring the terms of class struggle to bear on the theory of the political composition of the working class. On the other hand, for Lenin, dialectics allows this continuity to be made discontinuous, to invert the relation between composition and organization, materiality and revolutionary will. Let us return, from this perspective, to some of the issues we have dwelled on concerning Lenin's notebooks on dialectics. The operative instruments of dialectics, as managed by Lenin, allow for an intervention into the continuity and the discontinuity of the revolutionary process while also uniting this duality in the process of the tendency. Perhaps there is no heavier accusation than the one Lenin levels against the authors and politicians of the Second International in this text. Dialectics are replaced by eclecticism. This is the most usual, the most widespread practice to be met with in present-day official social democratic literature in relation to Marxism. This sort of substitution is, of course, nothing new. It was observed even in the history of classical Greek philosophy. In falsifying Marxism in opportunist fashion, the substitution of eclecticism for dialectics is the easiest way of deceiving the people. It gives an illusory satisfaction. It seems to take into account all sides of the process, all trends of development, all the conflicting influences, and so forth, whereas in reality it provides no integral and revolutionary conception of the process of social development at all. Point 1. To fully understand this passage, we need to remember some fundamental moments in the process of development of Lenin's methodology and, as we have argued, how those different moments came together. The first moment dates back to the 1890s and is characterized by a definition of the concept of social formation, that is, the political composition of the working class as found in the development of capitalism in Russia. The second moment, of the years that immediately precede and overlap with the First Imperialist War, sees an outline of the dialectics of the revolutionary leap and a definition of the radical discontinuity of the process, induced by the deepening of the contradictions of capitalist development. The synthesis of these moments cannot merely be reduced to an example of eclectic combination. On the contrary, these different moments unite in a dynamism that is as effective for the interpretation of the revolutionary process of the masses as it is founded on the collective will of the revolutionary subject. The combination is a function of the heat of the moment and the most explicit version of the standpoint of the workers in the history of revolutionary Marxism. On the other hand, the eclectic falsification of dialectics is a method typical of the political argumentation of reformists. The reality is complicated, they claim, so let us consider all the tendencies and counter-tendencies that agitate within it. This reality is inexhaustible and irreducible to the determinate one-sidedness of the worker's standpoint. Here eclecticism is opportunism. Of course, reality is inexhaustible in itself, but what affects it and makes it comprehensible is a class standpoint. For Marx and Lenin, society is mature enough for the revolutionary process insofar as a subjective force reduces it, simplifies it, and forces it into this fundamental class relation. Eclectic falsification reduces dialectics to a broom that sweeps away everything around it. It goes against the method of Marx and Lenin, which is one of a determined and close examination of the problem, of the solution to the basic antagonism in the problem, and of the elimination, or, rather, subordination, of all secondary elements to the fundamental contradiction. The necessity of systematically imbuing the masses with this and precisely this view of violent revolution lies at the root of all the teachings of Marx and Engels. 2. Now we come to the second reason for our interest in this last section of the first chapter of The State and Revolution, and take up another important element in Lenin's thought, namely, how everything that was presented in the Marxist tradition as a theoretical thesis is made immediately practical and determined. The method that is typically Marxian but takes on an absolutely new form in Lenin is the method of a tendency that grasps contradiction at its highest stage and describes the reality of capital from within the violent exasperation, from the standpoint of the workers, of a particular stage of development, thus overturning its determinacy into a project of workers' offensive. The materiality of the tendency is turned into the materiality of the project. From this perspective, theory changes its meaning to the practical determination of Lenin's discussion, the subjective dimension and the party project, and his ability to see reality directly in its moments of transformation require a close examination of the nuances of the differences between Marx and Lenin. Althusser III noted this, observing that while Marx's discourse essentially runs through historical structures, for instance, in the definition of the shift between different stages of manufacture, from simple cooperation to large industry, and describes the overall tendency in this continuity, Lenin makes use of immediately scientific structures. It is important to avoid a hypostasis of this difference. In Marxism, the coexistence of these two tendencies is precisely what characterizes dialectics. Undoubtedly, the operative character of Lenin's categories is an enrichment of dialectics, the fiber of Lenin's thought is a complex theoretical and practical activity and does not use successive horizontal structures, but vertical ones that represent, time and again, the threshold, the cut-off point of a determinate historical formation. His practical insistence on these levels of understanding condenses revolutionary will onto an immediately practical plane. Demystification immediately becomes an operational scheme. Understanding is a condition of and always subordinate to operability. The subjective will of the party must succeed in interrupting this historical series at any point. This is the conclusion and one of the specific elements of Lenin's thought. From this standpoint, our own Marxism is enriched, and it would be useful to develop our analysis, on the basis of these points, and verify its richness in fields of investigation that are closer to us. For instance, it would be very beautiful if we started to open up the analysis of the development of the capitalist mode of production, of the process of restructuration, here in a direction similar to the one initiated in Italy in sporadic moments during the 1960s. This analysis could be opened to include the identification of a series of new scientific definitions that bear on the comportments of workers and masses, not merely as they are qualified with reference to their internal historical modifications, but also as the emergence of punctual subversions and ruptures in the continuity of development. For it would be interesting to launch this kind of analysis again, especially taking into account the events that are occurring, the prevalence of stagnation, of development, and consequently perhaps also the prevalence in workers' comportments of stable structures rather than dialectical rhythms accentuated in the relation between class and capitalist development. Obviously, it is always a case of relative points of view and evaluations, because all of these elements always move hand in hand, and the historical body of the working class we are confronted with is extremely compact and singularly united. However, it is necessary to highlight the acceleration or deceleration of the overall process, privileging adequate tools accordingly. Going back to Leninism, in this sense, is opportune and necessary. But let us return to Lenin's text. Here the practical rupture of the historical continuum is determined by specific contents. What is specific is not only the method but also the content of its application. Lenin concludes and sums up his argument thus: the supersession of the bourgeois state by the proletarian state is impossible without a violent revolution. The abolition of the proletarian state, i.e., of the state in general, is impossible except through the process of withering away. 5. The analysis does not conclude with a practical and decisive inversion of the historical situation as it came to be determined. As we have seen, the development of imperialism and its war exasperate the figure of the state as an anti-worker's function of command. Here the violence of the state becomes its determinate content. The analysis grasps and almost exasperates the fixing of this figure. Against the violence of the state, only workers and proletarian violence are valid. What allowed us to directly trace the shape of reality as a function of an attack on it was not a simplification of it, but its scientific reduction. The destruction of the state is a condition for any further step. The abolition of the state starts from the exercise of power, because the exercise of proletarian power fundamentally entails the realization of a formidable transfer of power to class, to the masses. The destruction of the state is the condition for the withering away, for the proletarian positive process of reappropriation of power as society as a whole. At this point, instead of following the order of Lenin's exposition, I will jump to Chapter 5 of The State and Revolution. Chapters 2, 3, and 4 are close examinations and philologically accurate recuperations of Marx and Engels' texts on this question. Lenin reconstructs the debate on the revolutionary process and communism as it developed in the theory of the classics. The second chapter concerns the teachings of Marx and Engels on the revolution of 1848 to 1851. The third chapter focuses on the experience of the Paris Commune of 1871 in Marx's analysis. The fourth chapter dwells on Marx and Engels' texts from 1870 onward and on the polemics internal to social democracy, especially the question of the program, Erfurt and Gotha. We will return to these chapters later. What interests us at this stage is seeing exactly what withering away means beyond its mere theorization, although Lenin wishes for theory to be organized around a determinate and continuous experience as much as in terms of a political program. This text, in fact, does not simply emerge from a theoretical need, but from a need for theory to be linked to a revolutionary practice with the aim of overcoming the democratic phase of the Russian Revolution. This text is characterized by revolutionary passion. It is traversed by it and left incomplete because, as Lenin claims, it is more interesting to make the revolution than write about it. Let us see how the question of the economic conditions for the withering away of the state, and thus the question of the program, is confronted by Lenin. Here we come to the fifth chapter of the State and Revolution, on the economic basis of the withering away of the state. Before reading and closely following Lenin's argumentation here, we will highlight some of its fundamental characteristics because this moment is as central to Lenin's discourse as it is problematic, especially to those of us who read the State and Revolution from the standpoint of the workers and must therefore confront our urgent needs with Lenin's. Lenin's discussion on the economic basis of the withering away of the state returns to Marx's discussion on the level of development of the forces of production and the identification of the tendency of class struggle as it presented itself in the second half of the 19th century. Lenin's problem consists in establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat as a shift to a socialist phase that is still dominated by the need for organizing labor and wages. Obviously, we are first and foremost interested in recuperating the form of the revolutionary process described by Marx and Lenin. But while we are interested in the form of this shift and its dialectical reality, in this lies the permanence of the teachings of the classics. We are also forced to confront its contents and ask whether and to what extent Marx and Lenin's discourse, in different situations, is valid to us, or whether these definitions are now insufficient and contradictory. The basic problem concerns the relation between revolutionary workers' power, as it is expressed through the insurrectional shift and the establishment of the dictatorship, and the organization of social labor. Confronted with this problem, we can ask, today, whether the overall maturity of the productive forces has reached the levels described in the pages of Marx's Grundriss, where communism becomes the main point and content of proletarian dictatorship, where by communism we understand the destruction of the organization of wage labor rather than simply the socialist perfecting of this organization. In Lenin, the debate is still entirely linked to the problem of socialist organization of labor, and he recognizes this shift in the whole of the revolutionary Marxist tradition of the 19th century. Therefore, is it possible to manage within an analogous form of dialectics a problem that is based on such different conditions, for us and for the workers' science familiar to Lenin? Can the State and Revolution teach us anything in this respect? I think it can, because like Marx, Lenin goes to the core of the question. He announces it in the premise of Chapter 5. Marx explains this question most thoroughly in his critique of the Gotha program, letter to Braca, May 5, 1875, which was not published until 1891 when it was printed in Neuzeit, Volume 9, 1, and which has appeared in Russian in a special edition. The polemical part of this remarkable work, which contains a criticism of Lassalinism, has, so to speak, overshadowed its positive part, namely, the analysis of the connection between the development of communism and the withering away of the state. 6. The main issue is an analysis of the nexus between the development of communism and the withering away of the state. What is the figure of this shift? The analysis basically follows the critique of the Gotha program, which was already largely investigated in the fourth chapter and becomes here a fundamental text. The Gotha program is the proposal for the program of German social democracy, and takes its name from the city that hosted the Congress. 7. Here Marx confronts a series of problems that are introduced in a discussion of social democracy. In particular, the Gotha program was strongly influenced by the social democratic faction that regarded Lassalle's theoretical position as the foundation of their project. 8. They reflected on the possibility of an alliance between the working class and the Prussian state to isolate the class of landowners that had until then enjoyed a prominent position in the management of the Prussian and German state machine. This marginalization and alliance would have facilitated the recognition of the working class as the motor of development. The main issue in Lassalle's theory that finds its way into the Gotha program is that of equal wages. In the particular German situation, the state administration played a huge role in the acceleration of the development of German industry in the second half of the 19th century. Germany turned from being a country marginalized from capitalist development into the power that had all its papers in order to enter the imperialist phase, and this process took place thanks to the determinate mediation of the state. The process of the unification of Germany was made possible by the ability of the Prussian state to insert itself into the production process and directly function as the capitalist brains of development. 9 In this situation, Lassalle's reasoning is as follows: a political alliance between the working class and the progressive forces of the state is desirable because it would allow for the progressive elimination of parasitical revenues, of landed estates and their related political powers, and the constitution of a highly productive society where rent is reduced to zero. Here we can see the law of value perfectly in force. But what is the law of value? It is the law according to which the capitalist product, profit, is seen as a relation between necessary labor time and surplus labor, and thus as a relation of ratios of relative wages corresponding to ratios of labor supplied, where profit is not understood in bourgeois terms as an interest ratio of capital expenditure, but as a surplus directed toward the overall reproduction of capital. From this perspective, the wage is strictly understood as a rate paid to the laborer for a labor directed to the greater overall reproduction of capital. When capital reproduces itself at a more advanced level of development, wage quantities and relations must be revised and renewed always as integral rates and revenues of the labor supplied. Here revenue becomes a socialist function. From Lassalle onward, socialist planning would be more or less set in these terms. Lassalle's operation can be more clearly understood in political terms. Exploitation obviously remains unchanged for the working class, and profit, as a global quantity of capital that is renewed and augmented, is based on a rule of exploitation and constituted by a surplus value that augments itself. But for Lassallean socialists, the main problem lies in the definition of a scheme of reproduction wherein wage distribution, of capital and labor, is always commensurate to the laws of development and its needs. Exploitation is regarded as a necessary function of this process. There is no development without labor exploitation because there is no development without labor, so the question is how to eliminate the overexploitation arising from ratios of revenues that have a completely different status, that is to say, parasitical rent. 10. Marx and Lenin offer a strong critique of these positions when they concentrate on the overcoming of the law of value, the demystification of the equal wage, and the building of the economic basis of communism. The dialectics applied to these questions is a crucial motif and workers' theory still refers to it today. Like Marx, Lenin claims that equality, the function of the law of value, that is, the exclusion of the surplus profits of particular classes, and equal wages, as wages that are integral to labor in a society that functions in socialist terms, have nothing to do with the withering away of the state and the transition to communism. Lenin presents a radical critique of Lassalle and brings it to bear on the terrain of a definition of the transitory phase. This is the crucial point of the 5th chapter of The State and Revolution. I believe that this is one of the highest expressions of Marxian theory, only equaled, perhaps, by some of the passages found in Marx's Grundrisse, which was unknown to Lenin in 1917. Only in the Grundrisse do we find an anticipation of the communist critique of the rule of equality and of the definitive destruction of these lurid utopias in effectively materialist terms, unless we wish to go back to the fervid illusions of Marx's early writings. This is the definitive dissolution of any relationship between the communist struggle and the struggle of the radical bourgeoisie in whatever form it manifests itself. This is also the definitive dissolution of any relationship between the idea of freedom and the idea of communism, of any continuity, however generic, between liberal forces and the definitions of a communist realm. In future conversations we will return to these issues. Now it is most useful to note some of the limitations of Lenin's text. In fact, despite its power, in this text Lenin's intuition is still expressed in terms of an analysis and critique of the state superstructure of liberalism and of socialist radicalism, rather than as an analysis that grasps the society founded on labor as the essential moment of the material organization of labor. The reason for this limitation is also the strength of Lenin's intuition, because it organizes the subjective will to break through and disrupt the material limits and the organization of social labor as they present themselves in the determinate level of development of his times. A radical examination and interpretation of these tendencies from the standpoint of the workers are only possible today and starting from the highest levels of capitalist development, from the most advanced watchwords developed by workers in struggle. For this reason, these pages of the State and Revolution must be integrated not so much with the formal completion of this or that issue, but rather with all of the moments where theory leaps forward and turns into a practical ability to recuperate the new fabric of class and struggle as it presents itself. The limit of Lenin's discourse might be necessary, understood as arising from the formidable contemporary ability to allude to more advanced contents of communism through a critique of equality. The problem of equality is not one of formal identity or abstract equivalence between different people, it is a question of building a communist society. Rather than recognizing an identity or an equality that does not exist and can never exist in the capitalist process, the issue is building an equality that is a constitutive, equalizing, and liberating activity, rather than a utopia, a process of destruction of the state as the hierarchical rule of exploitation. It is no surprise that this libertarian apotheosis of Leninism has always caused greater scandal in the good reformist socialist tradition than, for instance, the issue of violence. In fact, the Oriental and Blanquist ideology that Lenin has been attacked for consists in this radical critique of the concept of equality played at the rhythm of the law of value. 23. First approach to a definition of the material basis of the withering away. Against work, against socialism. And the fifth chapter of the State and Revolution, Lenin still extensively focuses on a critique of the Gotha program, before approaching the issue of the withering away of the state and the first phase of communism. At first, this long introduction seems different and less effortless in the context of the economy of his debate, but it is not so. In fact, this discussion is necessary for him to link again the issue of the withering away of the state with its materialist dimension, which entails an assault on and destruction of the law of value, or, rather, its exasperation and overcoming. His critique of the state is also a critique of socialism. Lenin begins with the scientific, materialist presentation of the problem at the heart of it. The whole theory of Marx is the application of the theory of development in its most consistent, complete, considered, and pithy form to modern capitalism. Naturally, Marx was faced with the problem of applying this theory both to the forthcoming collapse of capitalism and to the future development of future communism. On the basis of what facts, then, can the question of the future development of future communism be dealt with? On the basis of the fact that it has its origin in capitalism, that it develops historically from capitalism, that it is the result of the action of a social force to which capitalism gave birth. 1. Therefore, the issue of the transition from capitalism to socialism must be framed in the context of an investigation of the material basis of the transition, by which we mean the dialectics of class relations. Here we perceive an ambiguity. This dialectics, so long as it functions, serves as mediation between the capitalist ability to produce and reproduce capital and the labor force that is dialectically internal to it and thus also capable of presenting itself as an antagonistic force. Therefore, material basis also means revolutionary subject, where the latter is produced as such by capitalist development but is also its spring and core, unless it manages to express its will to make this development hegemonic in antagonism and to push it to the threshold of the revolutionary leap by means of struggle. So long as this does not happen, so long as the labor force inhabits the capital relation, whatever power relation it establishes with command and the organization of capitalist accumulation, so long as accumulation is not interrupted and the working class is not freed from capital, there can be no communism. The hegemony of development is not liberation from development at this stage. Here, one could define the phase where Lenin sees the need for a dictatorship of the proletariat as one of working class hegemony over development. But a series of problems arises at this point, and we need to confront them immediately. The working class hegemony over development means socialism, that is to say, the main rules of the capitalist process of production and reproduction are sustained, and to them a criterion of equality and the establishment of the political forms of democracy are added, as Lenin observed, because they affirm the dictatorship of the majority of the people, the proletariat, over all other social strata and classes. It is important to note that here socialism means development, and development refers to the capitalist mode of production, the law of value, the proletariat as the basis of the potential and eventual but future communist society. Marx and Lenin are aware of this conditioning of the material basis, which leads them to introduce a particular notion of transition from capitalism to communism. The realism of Marx's and Lenin's analyses leads them to regard the transitory phase as necessarily dominated by the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat and as a socialist phase too. Rightly so, because the historical framework in which they both live is one where there must be a long phase of development of capitalism and an affirmation of socialism as hegemony over development and democracy of labor. But this historical framework was never overcome in Marx or Lenin in terms of a political proposal, while it was overcome from the standpoint of a theoretical forecasting of a further phase where communism can develop in synchrony with the paces and forms of struggle, adequate to the structure of workers' needs as they emerge in struggles, and thus represent the definitive revolutionizing of the conditions of production. In other words, affirmation and critique of socialism go hand in both Marx and Lenin, and cannot but be joined. Similarly, affirmation and critique of the dictatorship of the proletariat go together, and can only go together, just as, when we started discussing the material basis, we could not disjoin the affirmation of development from the identification of a revolutionary subject against the development of capital. Undoubtedly, Marx and Lenin are correct in this analysis of the situation. In fact, the overall condition of the relations of production and of the forces of production, in the absence of a worker's figure capable of overcoming the limits of professionalism and thus of the concrete relation with fixed capital, made it impossible to forecast a different outcome. A different and politically potential outcome could only emerge when the social unification of the proletariat in terms of abstract labor and the affirmation of a mass productivity through the collective homogeneous practice of the proletariat became the material basis of production. We will return to this later. In Lenin we inevitably see this problem expressed as one of the discrepancy and lack of homogeneity between the communist urge for liberation and the effective possibility of building a socialist state. It is absolutely crucial for this to happen. The state and revolution is the text of communist restlessness. Socialism is not enough, on the contrary, it is a situation that is as necessary as it is necessary to overcome it. Lenin is fully aware of this, and we can find the same awareness in every perceptive proletarian theory, because the transition continues to be a situation of struggle. So long as this bourgeois state exists, whether or not the bourgeoisie is the dominant subject, whether or not its rules are pushed to turn into rules of equality and norms against bourgeois domination, the situation is still absolutely dramatic. After Lenin, both Stalin and Mao Tse interpreted and described, in a manner that was theoretically correct, the situation, and they emphasized the possibility, and necessity, of an intensification of the struggle between classes in a period of transition. This effectively seems to correspond to the experience of the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat far more than do the gradualist and reformist versions offered by other theories and practices. Maoist theory in particular advances on these premises correctly by articulating a framework of the contradictions of the phase of transition that follows the seizure of power and regulating its contents. In the period of the Cultural Revolution, it finally and genuinely overturned the terms in which Stalinism had posited and failed to solve the question of the deepening of class struggle and therefore of the state's resolve against the bourgeois class with the bureaucratic distortions of revolutionary development. the Chinese Communist Party launched the struggle of the masses against the state and completely opened up the revolutionary process to a process of reappropriation of the proletariat's capacities for leadership again. Point 3. These are very different images from the sweet pictures painted by other theories and practices of the phase of the dictatorship of the proletariat and its relation with the first experiences of the withering away of the state. It is very important in this respect to recall the Yugoslav Council's theory, also for the unfair destiny it had to face. In this theory, the intensification of class struggle is mystified, and the function of the working class is denied and drawn into the people, with no distinction between the particularity of proletarian interests and the general interests of society. Point 4. Similar theories emerge everywhere in the climate of the betrayal of Leninism and of the triumph of renewed capitalist practices in so-called socialist countries. Point 5. The freedom and spontaneity of the process is opposed to the harshness of class struggle. In Lenin's words, the expression "the state withers away" is very well chosen, for it indicates both the gradual and the spontaneous nature of the process. 6. This is pure mystification. When Lenin insists on these expressions, he insists on the simplicity and easiness of the shift, and we find plenty of similar statements in the second paragraph of the 5th chapter. But we must be careful when interpreting them because they in no way replace the harsh need for a dictatorship of the proletariat and workers' command. When Lenin confronts these issues, he is always considering the discontinuity of the process between the rupture of the bourgeois state machine, the seizure of leadership, and then, starting from this, the actualization of the material conditions for the withering away of the state form itself. Lenin insists on this discontinuity, and we must see it as a definitive feature of his theory. Neglecting this discontinuity means falling into the great mess of theories that see the upsurge of spontaneity as continuity and the withering away of the state as something caused by the proletarian seizure of power. These theories of the continuity of struggle, the seizure of power, and the phase of dictatorship and withering away of the state present the idealist and utopian image of a march forward and fail to see the real process of building communism, that is, the fact that the withering away of the state only goes through the determination, and the struggle for the determination, of favorable and mature material conditions. What are these conditions in Lenin's program? In the 3rd paragraph of the 5th chapter, Lenin clarifies his point of view, but before coming to these, let us read 2 passages that reinstate the concepts we have underlined here and introduce our discussion on the material basis. No, forward development, i.e., towards communism, proceeds through the dictatorship of the proletariat, and cannot do otherwise, for the resistance of the capitalist exploiters cannot be broken by anyone else or in any other way. And the dictatorship of the proletariat, i.e., the organization of the vanguard of the oppressed as the ruling class for the purpose of suppressing the oppressors, cannot result merely in an expansion of democracy. Simultaneously with an immense expansion of democracy, which for the very first time becomes democracy for the poor, democracy for the people, and not democracy for the money bags, the dictatorship of the proletariat imposes a series of restrictions on the freedom of the oppressors, the exploiters, the capitalists. Point 7. And he goes on to write, democracy for the vast majority of the people, and suppression by force, i.e., exclusion from democracy, of the exploiters and oppressors of the people. This is the change democracy undergoes during the transition from capitalism to communism. 8. So far so good. Proletarian violence discriminates and attacks its adversaries, annihilating the formal criteria of bourgeois democracy. This occurs in the first phase, the phase of destruction. But this is not enough. Communism is difficult and class struggle intensifies. Furthermore, during the transition from capitalism to communism, suppression is still necessary, but it is now the suppression of the exploiting minority by the exploited majority. A special apparatus, a special machine for suppression, the state, is still necessary, but this is now a transitional state. It is no longer a state in the proper sense of the word, for the suppression of the minority of exploiters by the majority of the wage slaves of yesterday is comparatively so easy, simple, and natural a task that it will entail far less bloodshed than the suppression of the risings of slaves, serfs or wage laborers, and it will cost mankind far less. Point 9. In fact, Our historical experience has shown how horrible and tragic the repressive conditions of this shift can be, but we cannot forget the place of this writing in the great wave of the revolution of 1917, and we cannot deny that it is animated by great enthusiasm and the feeling that an objective was within reach. However, even from such optimism, it cannot be deduced that there is an organic continuity in the process. Being realistic, we would be better off remembering the miserable and tragic outcomes of many failed experiences than pretending they are irrelevant to the worker's perspective. If nothing else, because capital makes us pay with our own for every failed experience and every betrayal of the international workers' movement. What material conditions make the transition to communism possible? In what way does the proletarian hegemony over development determine these conditions so that a communist society can be born? In my view, the third paragraph of this chapter ought to be read in full. In the critique of the Gotha program, Marx goes into detail to disprove Lassalle's idea that under socialism the worker will receive the undiminished or full product of his labor. Marx shows that from the whole of the social labor of society there must be deducted a reserve fund, a fund for the expansion of production, a fund for the replacement of the wear and tear of machinery, and so on. Then, from the means of consumption must be deducted a fund for administrative expenses, for schools, hospitals, old people's homes, and so on. Point 10. Basically, Marx insists on the absolute need to draw a surplus from the labor supplied. This surplus must be directed toward the costs of reproduction of capital and labor force. Even on pure accounting grounds, Lassalle's theory of socialism, as an integral revenue for the worker, does not work. However, this initial reasoning only touches on the substance of the problem. Lenin continues. It is this communist society, which has just emerged into the light of day out of the womb of capitalism and which is in every respect stamped with the birthmarks of the old society, that Marx terms the first, or lower, phase of communist society. The means of production are no longer the private property of individuals. The means of production belong to the whole of society. Every member of society, performing a certain part of the socially necessary work, receives a certificate from society to the effect that he has done a certain amount of work. And with this certificate he receives from the public store of consumer goods a corresponding quantity of products. After a deduction is made of the amount of labor which goes to the public fund, every worker, therefore, receives from society as much as he has given to it. Equality apparently reigns supreme. But when Lassalle, having in view such a social order, usually called socialism, but termed by Marx the first phase of communism, says that this is equitable distribution, that this is the equal right of all to an equal product of labor, Lassalle is mistaken and Marx exposes the mistake. Hence, the equal right, says Marx, in this case still certainly conforms to bourgeois law, which, like all law, implies inequality. All law is an application of an equal measure to different people who in fact are not alike, are not equal to one another. That is why the equal right is violation of equality and an injustice. In fact, everyone, having performed as much social labor as another, receives an equal share of the social product, after the above-mentioned deductions. But people are not alike, one is strong, another is weak, one is married, another is not, one has more children, another has less, and so on. And the conclusion Marx draws is, with an equal performance of labor, and hence an equal share in the social consumption fund, one will in fact receive more than another, one will be richer than another, and so on. To avoid all these defects, the right instead of being equal would have to be unequal. The first phase of communism, therefore, cannot yet provide justice and equality. Differences, and unjust differences, in wealth will still persist, but the exploitation of man by man will have become impossible because it will be impossible to seize the means of production, the factories, machines, land, etc., and make them private property. In smashing Lassalle's petty bourgeois, vague phrases about equality and justice in general, Marx shows the course of development of communist society, which is compelled to abolish at first only the injustice of the means of production seized by individuals, and which is unable at once to eliminate the other injustice, which consists in the distribution of consumer goods according to the amount of labor performed, and not according to needs. The vulgar economists, including the bourgeois professors and Artigan, constantly reproach the socialists with forgetting the inequality of people and with dreaming of eliminating this inequality. Such a reproach, as we see, only proves the extreme ignorance of the bourgeois ideologists. Marx not only most scrupulously takes account of the inevitable inequality of men, but he also takes into account the fact that the mere conversion of the means of production into the common property of the whole society, commonly called socialism, does not remove the defects of distribution and the inequality of bourgeois laws which continues to prevail so long as products are divided according to the amount of labor performed. Continuing, Marx says, but these defects are inevitable in the first phase of communist society as it is when it has just emerged, after prolonged birth pangs, from capitalist society. Law can never be higher than the economic structure of society and its cultural development conditioned thereby. And so, in the first phase of communist society, usually called socialism, bourgeois law is not abolished in its entirety, but only in part, only in proportion to the economic revolution so far attained, i.e., only in respect of the means of production. Bourgeois law recognizes them as the private property of individuals. Socialism converts them into common property. To that extent and to that extent alone bourgeois law disappears. However, it persists as far as its other part is concerned, it persists in the capacity of regulator, determining factor, in the distribution of products and the allotment of labor among the members of society. The socialist principle, he who does not work shall not eat, is already realized. The other socialist principle, an equal amount of products for an equal amount of labor, is also already realized. But this is not yet communism, and it does not yet abolish bourgeois law, which gives unequal individuals, in return for unequal, really unequal, amounts of labor, equal amounts of products. This is a defect, says Marx, but it is unavoidable in the first phase of communism, for if we are not to indulge in utopianism, we must not think that having overthrown capitalism people will at once learn to work for society without any rules of law. Besides, the abolition of capitalism does not immediately create the economic prerequisites for such a change. Now, there are no other rules than those of bourgeois law. To this extent, therefore, there still remains the need for a state, which, while safeguarding the common ownership of the means of production, would safeguard equality in labor and in the distribution of products. The state withers away insofar as there are no longer any capitalists, any classes, and, consequently, no class can be suppressed. But the state has not yet completely withered away, since there still remains the safeguarding of bourgeois law, which sanctifies actual inequality. For the state to wither away completely, complete communism is necessary. Point 11. No commentary on the understanding of the text and the consistency of its premises is needed. Point 12. But a first difficulty confronts us here, if we wish to interpret the state and revolution in contemporary terms, and it is the same difficulty we find reading Marxian and Leninist texts. The problem is that we are faced with an entirely different situation from that in which they raise these questions, especially when it comes to the law of value or the rule of equality. Their function has changed because the socialization of production has changed, and the transformation of the relation between overall labor force and machinery has changed with the emergence, already under a capitalist regime, of a new generic productivity of capitalist labor, a new general productivity of social labor that can no longer be measured in terms of effectively supplied labor. In the Grundrisse, Marx had already identified the situation as it developed within the most advanced capitalism. 13. There he defined as miserable the calculation relative to the labor supplied when compared with the capital that defines its reproduction no longer in a determinate relationship with single labor, but with the overall social force of production. When it comes to abstract labor, abstracted from its concrete determinations, Lassalle's idea is no longer even plausible. What interests us, however, is that Marx's and Lenin's idea of the state as a bourgeois state and the hypothesis of the possibility, for the proletariat, of appropriating the bourgeois state and using its laws and norms to manage the dictatorship of the proletariat no longer hold. In fact, the bourgeois state no longer exists, in the terms in which Marx and Lenin described it, as a state that applies the laws of the market, the materially defined rule of the wage of the exchange between labor power and revenue. Insofar as every relation between individual labor and total mass of products disappears, the classical rule of bourgeois law as one founded on the exchange of wage labor and exchange as it links to the law of value also disappears. What state are we confronted with today, then? A state where the dictatorship of capital is infinitely stronger and more developed than could be seen in the classical bourgeois state, a state where the rule of wage distribution is no longer based on the interchange between labor power and capital, but on the internal organization of the need to reproduce this command, here simply consisting in a rational hierarchy of functions intended for the perpetuation of domination. But while the situation has made the state in general more monstrous and stronger, the state must also allow for the presence of some of the fundamental conditions for the transition to communism and the revolutionary socialization of the proletariat. From this standpoint, Lenin's text must be further investigated. In the following paragraph Lenin insists that so long as the state exists there is no freedom. 14 We are far from the social democratic ideology here, very far from any reformist mystification. Militant and revolutionary communism verifies anarchism. When there will be freedom, there will be no state. 15 And, again, the power of the program invests and transforms workers' needs, translating them into projects. The economic basis for the complete withering away of the state is such a high stage of development of communism that the antithesis between mental and physical labor disappears, when there, consequently, disappears one of the principal sources of modern social inequality, a source, moreover, which cannot on any account be removed immediately by the mere conversion of the means of production into public property, by the mere expropriation of the capitalists. This expropriation will create the possibility of an enormous development of the productive forces. And when we see how incredibly capitalism is already retarding this development, when we see how much progress could be achieved on the basis of the level of technique now already attained, we are entitled to say with the fullest confidence that the expropriation of the capitalists will inevitably result in an enormous development of the productive forces of human society. But how rapidly this development will proceed, how soon it will reach the point of breaking away from the division of labor, of doing away with the antithesis between mental and physical labor, of transforming labor into the prime necessity of life, we do not and cannot know. 16. The first condition for this chance to massively develop the productive forces is the abolition of the division between intellectual and manual labor. The second condition is the development of the productive forces, because expropriation alone will already pave the way for a giant quantitative development of the productive forces, which capital is slowing down. The third material condition, included in the first and second affirmation, is the potential qualitative change implicit in the development of the productive forces, which is a socially unified transformation of its effects, given that the product of labor is already presented as associated labor, as manual, physical, and intellectual labor. Only on this premises can the problem of the withering away of the state become a real one. We have a first definition of the material bases that need to be built in order to wither away the state, and only from this point on can Lenin conceive of the dissolution of the dictatorship. In our times, this part of Lenin's analysis must be accepted, and we will start from it to see what has changed. That is to say, in what sense has the development pushed by struggles, this history of the workers' dictatorship as we have recorded it in recent years, before the formal and state dictatorship of the workers, already radically changed the conditions for a shift to communism? In what sense are the questions of insurrection and dictatorship today relevant to those who look at the question of the withering away of the state? 24. Marx's anticipation of the problem of withering away. Against the law of value. His lesson is, so to speak, a parenthesis in the unfolding discussion, and a paradoxical one too, because we suggest that in order to understand Lenin and offer a reading of his works that throws light on contemporary issues, we need to take a further step back. In Marx, we want to read a Marxist prediction of our present that is consonant with Leninist thought. Marx confronts the question of withering away, especially in the Grundriss, in the framework of an analysis of the capitalist laws of development and mode of production. Obviously, the discussion is broached schematically and by way of an analysis and prediction of the liminal points of capitalist crisis, or the critical relationship between the development of the capitalist mode of production and the capitalist control of the conditions and productive forces of this development. But it would be mistaken to regard the pages we are going to read as a mere potential future or an objectivist extrapolation of some real data. The objectivism of Marx's discourse is always dialectically connected to the emergence of workers' antagonism and sets a trend and affirms itself as the outcome of class struggle. From this standpoint, our reference to Marx, meant to throw light on the present, might seem less paradoxical. Combining the pages of the Grundriss with those of the State and Revolution can enable us to come closer to what interests us here, a critique of the issue of transition from the standpoint of contemporary class relations. First, a further premise of our reading of the Grundriss is called for. We now have an excellent translation of this collection of texts written in preparation for Capital, and also some commentaries in Italian. Point 1. Well, this is an extremely important work because it reveals a cross-section of Marx's thought and shows the dynamics of his theory. It is the laboratory wherein elements of critique come to combine. Its most important aspect is that the standpoint of the working class, workers' subjectivity, is here liberated at every turn, beyond all preoccupations with the system, and in an entirely explicit manner. This might be the reason for the long silence that has hitherto surrounded this work, and this is certainly the reason why these pages of the Grundriss become enormously important in the face of our present problems and the current significance of the emergence of the workers' subject. Therefore, we would add that Marx managed to describe the mechanism of the elements that make up the workers' theory of crisis, and to reveal it as a determination and effect of workers' struggles, rather than as fall and catastrophe, in this work more comprehensively than anywhere else. Beyond these premises, let us come to the core of the issue. How is the problem of withering away anticipated in Marx? Can this term be ascribed to the issue of crisis and fall in Marx? Can Marx's and Lenin's issues be drawn together, and how? In order to answer these questions, I think that it is necessary to recount some of the terms of Marx's discussion. Marx's definition of the problem of crisis and the overcoming of the capitalist system starts with an analysis of the changing tendencies of the conditions of production. The analysis touches on both objective and subjective aspects of this process. Objective aspects. But in the degree in which large-scale industry develops, the creation of real wealth becomes less dependent upon labor time and the quantity of labor employed than upon the power of the agents set in motion during labor time. And their powerful effectiveness in turn bears no relation to the immediate labor time which their production costs, but depends, rather, upon the general level of development of science and the progress of technology, or on the application of science to production. Point 2. Science is immediately incorporated into productive labor at the pace of the reduction of labor time. Invention becomes a business, and the application of science to immediate production itself becomes a factor determining and soliciting science. 3. Therefore, on the basis of these conditions, real wealth manifests itself rather, and this is revealed by large-scale industry in the immense disproportion between the labor time employed and its product, and similarly in the qualitative disproportion between labor reduced to a pure abstraction and the power of the production process which it oversees. 4. At the objective level, when we are faced with this limit of the capitalist development of large-scale industry, three fundamental contradictions emerge. The first contradiction pertains to the relationship between the unity and extensiveness of abstract labor and the power of the overseen process of production. The second consists in the fact that, within this process, capital, on the one hand, strives to reduce labor time to a minimum, while, on the other hand, positing labor time as the sole measure and source of wealth. 5. Third, the contradiction that reveals the absurdity of capitalist command is that capital diminishes labor time in the form of necessary labor time in order to increase it in the form of superfluous labor time. It thus posits superfluous labor time to an increasing degree as a condition question de vet de mort for necessary labor time. 6. Subjective aspects. Given the critical conditions just defined, the contradiction becomes such that it reveals the working class as the historical subject of the tendency, not only, no longer, as mere antagonistic activity, but as the possibility of subversion. Above all, it shows it to be a world of new subjectivities that are taking shape in a social, communist manner, beyond the capitalist revolutionizing of the conditions of production. First, as antagonistic activity, capital, on the one hand, calls into life all the powers of science and nature, and of social combination and social intercourse, in order to make the creation of wealth, relatively, independent of the labor time employed for that purpose. On the other hand, it wishes the enormous social forces thus created to be measured by labor time and to confine them within the limits necessary to maintain as value the value already created. The productive forces and social relations, two different aspects of the development of the social individual, appear to capital merely as the means, and are merely the means, for it to carry on production on its restricted basis. In fact, however, they are the material conditions for exploding that basis. 7. Second, and fundamentally, the working class is now seen as engaging in an activity of reconstruction and a real and present possibility of communism. No longer does the worker interpose a modified natural object as an intermediate element between the object and himself, now he interposes the natural process, which he transforms into an industrial one, as an intermediary between himself and inorganic nature, which he makes himself master of. He stands beside the production process, rather than being its main agent. Once this transformation has taken place, it is neither the immediate labor performed by man himself, nor the time for which he works, but the appropriation of his own general productive power, his comprehension of nature and domination of it by virtue of his being a social entity, in a word, the development of the social individual that appears as the cornerstone of production and wealth. The theft of alien labor time, which is the basis of present wealth, appears to be a miserable foundation compared to this newly developed one, the foundation created by large-scale industry itself. As soon as labor in its immediate form has ceased to be the great source of wealth, labor time ceases and must cease to be its measure, and therefore exchange value must cease to be the measure of use value. The surplus labor of the masses has ceased to be the condition for the development of general wealth, just as the non-labor of a few has ceased to be the condition for the development of the general powers of the human mind. As a result, production based upon exchange value collapses, and the immediate material production process itself is stripped of its form of indigence and antagonism. Free development of individualities, and hence not the reduction of necessary labor time in order to posit surplus labor, but in general the reduction of the necessary labor of society to a minimum, to which then corresponds the artistic, scientific, etc., development of individuals, made possible by the time thus set free and the means produced for all of them. 8. To sum up, we could add further evidence to these passages of the Grundriss, but for the time being it is not important. 9. From these sections of the Grundriss, we highlight the fundamental assumption that Marx posits the issue of fall as one of withering away. The objective aspects are only presented as subjective. Marx chases and defines a contradiction that concerns the law of value itself. He shows how the law of value, which ought to represent the rationality of exploitation, and be the scientific key to its interpretation, must lose its rationalizing and legitimating plausibility within the very development of the capitalist mode of production. Marx shows how the demise of the function of the law of value simultaneously corresponds, as cause and effect, to the enormous and formidable growth of the productive, free, and innovative potential of the proletariat, and this simultaneity must be underlined. Hence there emerges the revolutionary contradiction between this new reality of class and any representation of the law of value and its functioning, even in its planned or socialist guise. The issue of the demise and the issue of withering away coincide at this point. The withering away refers to the law of value labor as a law of exploitation, whereby labor is materially fully emancipated from the residual legitimating rationality of capitalist development. From the capitalist standpoint, the demise of the functioning of the law of value corresponds to its subjective use in terms of maintenance of the mechanism of appropriation and alienation. It is necessary to rebel against this, and to move from the recognition that capital is no longer the regulation of development inside exploitation toward a struggle against capital as a pure and simple development of exploitation. For every subject and for all those who are exploited by capital, the content of this materialist prediction becomes both a material commitment to subversion and the materialist indication of the objectives of communism, as rooted in the comportments and the historical reality of class. But let us return to the issue of withering away proper. For Lenin, and for Marx before him, the political conditions of the withering away entail an articulation of insurrection, dictatorship, and socialism that allows for these shifts to determine not only a violent abolition of privilege but also a subsequent spontaneity of the process of withering away, when the large majority of the proletariat has consciously, that is to say, materially, reappropriated the conditions of the production of wealth. Marx predicts this spontaneity of the shift to communism very precisely, when he defines, at the level of the critique of political economy, the characteristics of that great social individual produced by the development of capital, in the accomplished abstraction of labor, the overcoming of the division of labor, and the fall of the conditions of subsistence of the law of value. In the Grundriss, Marx anticipates Lenin with his definition of the most advanced stages of the shift to communism. But the viewpoints are wholly identical. Lenin neither corrects nor revises Marx's propositions, he simply reinvents them, because he could not have read the Grundriss, and because he does so in continuity with the revolutionary method of dialectical Marxism, which he is such a master of. However, it must be said that even in the dark years, for theory, of the Second International, this implicit framework of Marx's analysis had not been forgotten. Engels explicitly drew on it and developed an analogous theme, albeit from a standpoint of the theory of the state rather than from a general theoretical one. Let us recall this, on the basis of the social democratic traditionalism of the Second International, we move from a definition of the state as found in the manifesto: the executive of the modern state is but a committee for managing the common affairs of the whole bourgeoisie, the organized power of one class for oppressing another, to the later definition in the German ideology that conceived of the synthesis of civil society in the state form. However, those who had not embarked on the Marxian path in the direction of a critique of the law of value could go no further than this. Unless you understood the critique of the state at the level of the critique of political economy, you could certainly not go any further. One cannot forget that the state is, for Marx, one chapter of Capital. The whole is divided into 6 books. 1. On Capital, contains a few introductory chapters. 2. On landed property. 3. On wage labor. 4. On the state. 5. International trade. 6. World market. 11. Despite all this, Engels did do so and, from his privileged position as Marx's reader, alluded to his analysis and the most advanced point of workers' science. Taking up Marx's suggestion, the state intervenes in the tendency in order to maintain private production without the control of private property. 12. Engels identifies a stage when the bourgeoisie demonstrates its incapacity for managing any longer modern productive forces. Here Engels posits the figure of the state as the ideal personification of the total national capital. The more it proceeds to the taking over of productive forces, the more does it actually become the national capitalist, the more citizens does it exploit. 13. And this happens because the transformation, either into joint stock companies, or into state ownership, does not do away with the capitalistic nature of the productive forces. In the joint stock companies this is obvious. And the modern state, again, is only the organization that bourgeois society takes on in order to support the general external conditions of the capitalist mode of production against the encroachments as well of the workers as of individual capitalists. 14. In state-owned industries the workers remain wage workers, proletarians. The capitalist relation is not done away with. it is rather brought to a head. 15. Rather than being suppressed, the law of value is pushed to the limit of the mystification it induces. The modern state, no matter what its form, is essentially a capitalist machine, the state of the capitalists, the ideal personification of the total national capital. 16. Out of the entire Second International, only Lenin was able to read and recuperate this lesson in the State and Revolution. The revolution needed to approach the seizure of the state to fully expose the dirty philology of power. So long as the state exists there is no freedom, he wrote. 17. So long as the law of value exists, in whatever form, the proletariat will not free itself. Only revolutionary practice could reinvent Marx, and this is what happens in the State and Revolution. Here, the fabric of the critique of political economy, from the critique of the law of value, is fully grasped and developed. This is a formidable Marxist paradox. Only the standpoint of class struggle can invent a scientific reading of reality in order to propose it as the object of destruction, as what must be destroyed in order to be liberated. Therefore, the direction we need to move toward is from the construction of socialism to the destruction of the law of value and its functioning whatever the form and of exploitation under any guise, even socialist. The anarchic barbarity of Leninism is here the highest and most refined point of the Marxian critique of political economy in spite of all the professors. The condition of the working class is such today that the growth and expansion of the tendency described by Marx are given in an accomplished form. A contemporary reading of the State and Revolution must intensify and develop these aspects even further. And this is what we intend to do in the forthcoming lessons. 25. Toward a problematic view of transition. Impossible socialism and the coming communism. In the last lesson we examined the way Marx's Grundrisse offers important anticipations of the functioning of the law of value in advanced capitalism. These anticipations are now a reality. In our situation, a mystification of, and transition to, socialism has been fully experienced by capital itself, and capital has transfigured the functioning of the law of value. Today the so-called first phase of communist society, or more properly the socialist phase where the law of value needs to function, is not so much a sign of the perpetuation of inequality, but one of its impossibility. Insofar as the law of value ceases to function, socialism is impossible. 1. Our problem is not to merely define the transitory nature of the dictatorship of the proletariat and of socialism as a first step. In fact, Marx's and Lenin's forecasting of socialism becomes ever less realistic as the law of value cannot function. Marx states that capitalist production produces this kind of contradiction within itself, by taking the productive forces to such a level of productive potential, as they are socially integrated and constitute the mass of fixed capital, that its relationship with living labor becomes insignificant. At a certain stage of the development of capitalist society, we are confronted with a total disproportion between the material substance of this society as a sum of machinery and as socialization of the productive forces, on the one hand, and living labor, that is, labor that produces surplus value in direct relation with machinery, on the other. Socialism, as an apology for equality and as a proposal for the realization of the law of value that follows the rule of giving to each according to her labor, is confronted with the impossibility of determining any quantitative, incontrovertible, or scientific term as a criterion of wage redistribution. At this level of the overcoming of the law of value, wage redistribution occurs according to purely political norms, norms that express command and no longer have anything to do even with the fiction of equality that is interpreted by the law of value. At this point, we are confronted with our greatest problem: what does transition to communism mean today? What is the content of the dictatorship of the proletariat? What forms and times are given for the formation and development of the effective conditions for the withering away of the state? In both Lenin and Marx, as confirmed in the Grundrisse, transition means verification, realization of the law of value, to the point of wholly unfolding the ambiguity it interprets as a threshold model of formal justice and thus substantial injustice. The path to communism entails two preparatory phases: first, smashing the state machine; second, realizing this unjust socialism, unjust insofar as it is socialism, because there is no just socialism. Today, it is materially impossible to embark on this path. Some of the shifts have already occurred within capitalist development. In a last phase that has subsumed a function of socialism in it, capitalist development has determined conditions of income distribution that have practically burned the rule of the law of value and thus pose a series of questions on the transitions. These questions are entirely new, and revolutionaries' critical attention must turn to them. Let us analyze this more closely. For Lenin, the content of the dictatorship of the proletariat is the repression of the minority of exploiters first and the preparation of the conditions that should lead to a new gigantic development of the productive forces and thus to the threshold of communist freedom and the withering away of the state by means of the destruction of the division of labor and the one-sided development of individuals. He theorizes these principles very clearly in the fourth paragraph of the fifth chapter of The State and Revolution. So long as the state exists, there is no freedom. When there is freedom, there will be no state. The economic basis for the complete withering away of the state is such a high state of development of communism at which the antithesis between mental and physical labor disappears, at which there consequently disappears one of the principal sources of modern social inequality, a source, moreover, which cannot on any account be removed immediately by the mere conversion of the means of production into public property, by the mere expropriation of the capitalists. This expropriation will make it possible for the productive forces to develop to a tremendous extent. Point 2. When questioning the transition today, we need to recognize that our situation is different. Why? Clearly, the repression of the minority of expropriators is fundamental. In fact, the more the law of value ceases to apply, the more absurd and terrible does the law of command seem. But what does preparing the conditions for liberation today refer to? Obviously, it does not merely refer to the fact that the ownership of the means of production becomes common, or to the realization of the law of value. From within the moment of the dictatorship of the proletariat today, we can think of something more, something that is already operative today and neither awaits the maturation of other conditions nor refers to a higher stage of development. This something more is not the destruction of the kind of division of labor founded on the unjust application of the law of value, but an assault on capitalist command as such. Today, the expropriation of the expropriators must contain in itself the possibility of destroying every form of command immediately, and of the liberation of class from labor, that is, from the law of value. Communism does not follow on from any preceding phase. Let us look at this in more concrete terms. It is thinkable today, inside capitalist society, to have a form of management of the means of production that makes private interest and all the forms of income that are not directly founded on industrial production superfluous, and it is thinkable today that the division of labor, as a traditional one between intellectual and physical labor, is outmoded. There is no logical difficulty in seeing this as the given situation. Capitalist reformism, even in the crisis it is forced into by class struggle, entails a continuous perfecting of this process. What is the only moment of irrepressible contradiction in a development that reproduces the whole condition of misery and inhumanity which capitalist development carries with it and that exasperates it the more it faces class struggle? It is the rule of command based on the self-preservation of capitalist production, on the preservation of the system of wages. For this reason today, the revolutionary process knows no intermediate phases within which to build the conditions of possibility of communism. Today, breaking down the command of capital and the state does not necessitate opening up an intermediate phase to build conditions adequate to the development of communism. It means putting into action immediately the possibility of a communist existence. The conditions are built inside capitalist society by the communist class struggle of the proletariat. Obviously, this is given a distorted shape, as Marx and Lenin point out in their analysis of the last phase of the construction of communism. Science, technique, machinery, and the dead labor that was consolidated in capitalist production and that created formidable conditions for the production and great development of the individual, the development of a one-sided capacity for human expansion, all of this was consolidated in a distorted way, and this raises a series of questions. Of what use is this dead capital to us in transition? Is it possible to use it? Can we conceive of a process of transition dominated by a necessary relation with the existing fixed capital, from a continuous and one-sided conception of the development of science and technique? I doubt that a generation of revolutionaries, having seized power, could regard science, technique, machinery, existing factories, and the entire armory of dead labor as immediately of use for the growth of communism. Probably the act of destruction of the state, the Leninist breaking point, must be levered against the whole of dead labor as it exists now. Workers' comportments today do verify this perspective when the struggle is waged on advanced objectives, the spreading of non-traditional forms of struggle such as sabotage and the destruction of plants and materials as well as of the science and technique one-sidedly used and decisively subordinated not to the mythical permanence of the law of value, but simply to the irrationality of command. These forms of struggle are neither neo-Luddism nor cheap anarchism, they attest to a political declaration of extraneousness to the whole of capitalist development. Today it is unimaginable for a revolutionary movement not to take on the problem of the destruction of the state machine, as well as that of the destruction of dead labor as it has accumulated and been organized around the exploitation of humankind. Science, technique, machinery, and dead labor have become moments of a one-sided and irresistible theory and practice of capitalist command as such. Here proletarian dictatorship must prove itself and find the key to a further deepening of class struggle. Now we can approach a further problem with transition. So far, we have seen how the dissolution of the law of value at a certain stage of capitalist development determines the impossibility of conceiving of an intermediate stage based on socialism. Second, we have considered how the massive presence of dead labor in the physical and material structure of capitalist command turns the moment of dictatorship into a need to push the rupture against these objects. The third problem we need to confront now is a revision of the linear progress from socialism to communism found in both Marx and Lenin, to an extent. How is this process conceived of? The process is described in the following terms. First moment, insurrection, that is the ability to smash the state machine. Second, determination of the intermediate phase entailing the socialization of the means of production, common ownership, and the establishment of the law of value as a socialist, though unjust and necessary, norm. Third moment, opening up a further phase through this dictatorship that facilitates the massive growth of the productive potential and that on this basis builds the shift to communism, that is, the dissolution of the state and of law, the affirmation of a state where each human will have according to her needs rather than her labor, a conscious dissolution of the law of value and labor in the communist phase. Notably, this shift from socialism to communism is implicitly a continuous process in both Marx and Lenin. There is a continuity of accumulation of productive capacities, of transformation of man and woman as a subject of this accumulation and as a subject of the objective transformation, and this proceeds at a continuous pace. All of this seems to slightly contradict Marx and Lenin's method, which is strongly dialectical, as well as their awareness of the actual mechanism of class struggle and the real role of workers' subjectivity in future history. By what stages, by means of what practical measures humanity will proceed to this supreme aim we do not and cannot know. But it is important to realize how infinitely mendacious is the ordinary bourgeois conception of socialism as something lifeless, rigid, fixed once and for all, whereas in reality only socialism will be the beginning of a rapid, genuine, truly mass-forward movement, embracing first the majority and then the whole of the population, in all spheres of public and private life. 3. Furthermore, Lenin insists on the relative difficulty of facing the question of transition as a whole, and he invites caution, because there is no material for answering these questions for nonetheless, the image one can draw from it is one of an excessively one-sided and linear tendency. Obviously, the boorish and mystifying orthodoxy of reformism has exalted these motives. Because of this, the continuity of the shift from socialism to communism must be questioned both theoretically and historically. It is obvious that, if accumulated dead labor has allowed for this enormous development of the productive potential of human labor, it is equally true that in capitalist development this new economic base takes on an absolutely distorted form, which is that of capitalist command. The moment of rupture must therefore turn not simply toward the juridical form of the state, but also against the overall accumulation of dead labor, which includes machinery as well as the shape of the brain that people have had to forge when coming in contact with capitalist science and the need to reproduce the capitalist mode of production. Far from being continuous, the shift from socialism to communism could only entail a permanent cultural revolution, the continuous destruction of objective criteria of orientation and knowledge. The process points to a route that is as difficult as it is dramatic. In this process one can only foresee a deepening and reproducing of class struggle in forms that no longer have anything to do with property relations, but with relations of command wherever they present themselves, and they will probably present themselves more forcefully in the organization of scientific knowledge. This can be said from the theoretical point of view. From a historical perspective, the critique of the continuity of the shift must be even stronger. The fact that the need for this critique was neglected caused so-called socialist countries to reproduce the radical nature of its object. These are so-called socialist countries not because they are not socialist, but because they are as socialist as capitalist countries. After the proletariat's seizure of power, phenomena grossly defined as the formation of a state bureaucracy, the state organization of command, whose roots are much deeper, are linked to the persistence of dead labor, the colossal pressure that it exerts against the liberation of living labor, against the force of proletarian invention, against every revolutionary possibility of collective praxis, in other words, against any chance to develop new forms of life. It must be said, Stalin and Mao identified this kind of difficulty very well, and the Stalinist solution for this problem was undoubtedly incorrect, but this cannot lead to the denial that this problem exists and to the fiction that the shift from socialism to communism is continuous. What was Stalin's mistake? It was not that he identified this discontinuity, it was that he tried to solve it by means of state dictatorship. The Maoist solution to the problem is the opposite, and in this it is correct. It goes through the liberation of the mass power against the state. In any case, we face a different problem today. The discontinuity is not measured as a persistence of the state and bourgeois right. It follows that under communism there remains for a time not only bourgeois law, but even the bourgeois state, without the bourgeoisie. 5. It is rather measured against socialism, democracy, and the persistence of the power and command of dead labor over living labor. This discontinuity is much graver and dramatic. In Lenin, breaking the state machine meant substituting the ruling class through the armed expropriation of the expropriators, and there the issue of socialism and democracy ensued. But what does this rupture consist in today? It cannot be mere expropriation, it cannot be the armed realization of equality according to the law of value. Breaking the nexus between the development of the productive force and its capitalist form is the question today. But this accentuates beyond measure the discontinuity and difficulty of the process, because at this point there can only be class struggle and cultural revolution. The democracy of armed workers must be immediately realizable. The constitution of a single state syndicate and the use of economic calculation and control. 6. This is the heavy legacy of capitalist development. But for us this does not represent the first phase, but the first act of the revolutionary process. This stage was reduced to an act, to a decree that was so immediately realizable because it represented the conclusion of a development of struggle. In his analysis of his conditions, Lenin adds a consideration that is perhaps the most heavily characterized by the need for continuity, but this factory discipline, which the proletariat, after defeating the capitalists, after overthrowing the exploiters, will extend to the whole of society, is by no means our ideal, or our ultimate goal. It is only a necessary step for thoroughly cleansing society of all the infamies and abominations of capitalist exploitation, and for further progress. 7. Well, this is our starting point. This step is reduced to an act, and the situation is not linear because the armed proletariat cannot stop at dominating a social factory that neither relates to its needs nor can relate to development as a determination of the conditions for communism. The rupture cannot limit itself to a seizure of power but must extend inside and against the social factory and inside the very composition of class. The rupture is directed to the positive content of class liberation. Here, in the intensity of a dramatic and deep dialectics, begins a truly forward movement of communist society against the dead and petrified society of alienation. The fourth great problem concerns the modality of the transition. It is another side of the critique of the continuity of the shift from socialism to communism and can present itself as a problem of critique and verification of the spontaneity of this shift. In Marx and Lenin, the shift from socialism to communism is described as an effect of a sort of gushing and immediate spontaneity. With the dictatorship, the semi-state is no longer even a state, and Lenin recalls that Engels suggested that the word state be eliminated from the program altogether and the word community, Gemeinwesen, substituted for it. Engels even declared that the commune was long a state in the proper sense of the word. 9. Now, this spontaneity is consistent with the notion of continuity and derives from the fact that there are three stages: the rupture, socialism, and communism, which are conditional upon one another. But in our situation these stages have been inverted, and we already have socialism not as the rule of the law of value but as the capitalist possibility of determining the social levels of its own reproduction that are valid within the rule of command, and of fully revealing the inhumanity of socialism and of any application of the law of value. This means that what was defined as the first moment, the rupture, will still be a first element, but its tension will be altogether different. It will have to coincide with a process of withering away that in its turn is located inside the whole dialectics of the distorted form of socialization that the social production of capital has brought about. Thus, this overlapping of rupture and withering away, this foundation of one term upon the other, hardly gives rise to spontaneous and felicitous effects. Stalin and Mao identified this dramatic view of the intensification of class struggle at the very moment when we approach communism according to the rules of revolutionary dialectics. Clearly, spontaneity and happiness are very far from being given. But beyond Stalin and Mao, the same applies to us. The more the socialist phase is elided and rupture and withering away overlap, the more the dialectics of class struggle eliminates spontaneity from the process and grasps the transition as struggle. The problem is here extremely serious because it concerns more or less all of the modalities of the revolutionary process. First and foremost, the figure of the Revolutionary Party as the ability to constantly reproduce, from within class and for class, the power to keep breaking class relations and equilibrium as they come to be determined, and with it, the ability to be vanguard and use all the means of violence to seize power. This ability does not emerge from Lenin's concept of an external vanguard that negates and destroys in order to plan and create socialism, but it rises up from class as an adequate and determinate function. Insofar as socialism is impossible, planning is the first thing to defeat, communism is the minimal program. These problems emerge directly from the review and practical objective we need to consider, on this important chapter of the state and revolution, in light of the current condition of class struggle. To sum up, the issues we think need to be reviewed are: first, a deeper critique of socialism and a full review of the times, the scheme, and the general model of revolutionary development. Second, the debate on the rupture, and by this we understand that we are not simply dealing with juridical formulas and institutional dynamics, but with the whole, massive reality of dead labor as machinery, science, and social organization of production. Third, the problem is one of the objective discontinuity of the shift from socialism to communism. Fourth, and finally, the issue of the critique of the spontaneity of this shift, with the implications it entails in terms of a definition of the subjective revolutionary power of the workers that organizes existing practice. These are the problems that, in this final phase, we will try to analyze individually, not only to propose a solution but also to lead toward a correct approach to the problem of transition that is so crucial today in Marxism. 26. On the problem of transition again. The word to the masses. We are now returning to the issue of transition as framed by Lenin to confront it with the urgent theoretical and practical questions that face us today, and we will eventually return to the four specific fundamental issues outlined previously. First, we need to consider other general questions, in particular about the safeguard against the dangers of utopianism as we find it in Lenin. This danger is particularly present in discussions of the issue of transition. We might go as far as to say that in the socialist tradition the problem of transition emerges as a response to real and impatient questions and develops along the lines of a prefiguration. From the outset, the origin of the problem of transition, the prefiguration of the conditions, and the values of a communist society take root in the conscience of those who revolt and spring from and sediment in a consciousness of misery and in the ferocious and fantastic will to insurrection. Struggle, hope, and utopia are enmeshed in a single tension throughout centuries of proletarian insurgency. The power of the image of a future society that drags the struggle forward is a correlative of misery on the one hand, something to be liberated from, on the other, in formidable tension and continuity, something that liberation moves toward, something to be liberated. While the prefiguration of the future is a force that directly acts on the organization of the revolt, it also characterizes the organization of those who rebel. The image of a communist society, in order to be seized, requires a communistic organization, and so on. Point 1. Guarding against the dangers of unbridled hope, the shift from utopia to science directly influences the concept of organization and the definition of the timing and the forms of the revolutionary process. Therefore, the particular solution to the problem of transition is relevant not only at the level of analysis and political forecasts, but above all for a definition of the figure of the party. The revolutionary process and the figure, concept, and theory of the party are configured in relation to the kinds of obstacles and steps envisaged in this process, to the extent that the party represents the material interests of the proletarian masses in relation to goals to achieve and obstacles to overcome. A party founded on the insuppressible hatred for the existing power of capital is different from one based on the love for communism. A party founded on the need to destroy and dissolve the present order of things will need, in Marxian terms, to be politically equipped to carry out this activity, and thus will need to exclude from its core any motivation that pushes this harsh present need into oblivion by means of beautiful words and dreams. Let us return to the initial question: how are the dangers of prefigurations and utopia guarded against in Lenin's The State and Revolution, which is so engaged in the definition of transition of its times and its contents? To answer this question, it is not sufficient to refer to the Marxian realism of Lenin's theory, for, seen in the context of Lenin's experience of social democratic opportunism, this is not a one-sided realism. On the contrary, it is double and triple-edged. In fact, Marxian realism is such only when seen for what it is, a realistic analysis of the insurgence of the revolutionary subject as a proletariat, and a scientific consciousness of a revolutionizing process that results from development and its deadly contradictions. Clearly, in Marx's and Lenin's view, any possible prefiguration emerges from the activity of the masses. The party is the negation of prefigurations and utopia insofar as its role is to be an effective organizer of this activity. If Marxism is a revolutionary materialism, this is the only view it can possibly sustain. As we have seen, the only way to avoid the danger of utopian prefigurations is to posit the question of transition when a determined and effective inversion of the relation between class composition and class organization is given. The revolutionary activity of the masses asks the question of transition realistically, and only the revolutionary activity of the masses can prefigure communism. Going back to the specificity of the question of transition in Lenin, let us try to analyze its other features and limits. I believe that it is possible to state something with a degree of certainty, insofar as the inversion of the relation between composition and organization posits this question. The way Lenin resolves it is strictly and rightly linked to his analysis of class composition and to the determinate social and political structure of this analysis. An extraordinary basic coherence emerges between Lenin's analytical framework and the theoretical and practical consequences he derives from it. Therefore, Lenin's definition of determinate class composition objectively dominates even this aspect of his communism and outlines, outside of utopian dangers, its dimensions and its contents. Inevitably, on this premise, Lenin's thought, as it necessarily results from his refusal of utopia and the effectiveness of the discourse of the masses, presents the limits and problems we analyzed in the previous lecture. Having said that, let us question whether there are further limits and inconsistencies in this system. Let us question whether our analysis can move beyond a comparison between our needs and those of the class composition of his times and detect potential inconsistencies in Lenin's model in relation to the real situation he recorded and adapted to from time to time. The continuity of the revolutionary process from socialism to communism that characterizes Lenin's definition of transition has been one of the main objects of the criticism coming from militants of the workers' movement, from Stalin to Mao Zedong, and can certainly not be imputed to an inconsistency in Lenin's thought. Although it is a fundamental limitation of Lenin's theory, this linear continuity of the revolutionary process is also closely tied to the particular class composition to which his theory is addressed. The continuity of the process of accumulation persists even after the revolutionary rupture and the growth of the material bases adequate to communism. In Lenin's situation, a rupturing in order to plan was a necessary moment, a rupture functional for planning and developing the continuity of the process of accumulation and its increasing and ever more extensive reproduction, because only on these material bases could the demand for communism come to take shape. The other element we have pointed to is harder to understand. For Lenin, the notion of development is not only linear and continuous, but also spontaneous, pacific, and automated. Here the process seems to move with a natural force, and this is an inconsistency and an idealist limitation of Lenin's theory. In fact, Lenin knew perfectly well the workers' spontaneous opposition to labor. The initial years of the revolutionary process in Russia confronted him with the massive and generalized flight from work of the workers. Under those conditions and that composition of class relations, the revolutionary process appeared to have nothing to do with the workers' spontaneous dedication to work. In such a process, well beyond spontaneity, one needed to implant a specific dialectics, which Lenin soon interpreted and applied with the introduction of the NEP, new economic policy. These were an attempt to put into motion a dynamic of class struggle for development, for the determination of the conditions of the shift from socialism to communism in transition. The reactivation of the market and, in the market, the concession of trust in entrepreneurial freedom amounted to the state putting into action the mechanisms of class struggle. Then the trade union reappeared as a negotiator of the price of the labor commodity, as the class pressure for socialism and the permanent revolution point to. Undoubtedly, the image Lenin provides for the process of transition in the state and revolution presents some utopian undertones when it comes to the definition of the spontaneity of the shift, and this can be entirely understandable, given the political enthusiasm surrounding the writing of this work, yet it still represents a real and effective inconsistency in his theory. It is inconsistent not only in relation to us, but in relation to the rest of Lenin's argument. It is strange that in the description of the fundamental shift from socialism to communism in the state and revolution, Lenin's dialectical insights seem to be lost. We are confronted with moments of evolutionism and gradualism, in the philosophical tradition of materialism in the widest sense of the term, rather than with the teachings of the philosophical notebooks on Hegel. The dialectical thread that emerges in later works and that plays as crucial a role as the previous traditional materialism seems to be underestimated in relation to this issue, and this is all the more surprising, given the chronological and thematic continuity between the philosophical notebooks and the state and revolution. Nonetheless, this is certainly not the most substantial limitation of Lenin's work. Rather, the greatest limitation is the almost exclusive and extreme emphasis on the institutional aspects. This means attention to, on the one hand, the juridical property relation as a fundamental moment against which the rupture must be directed, and to, on the other hand, the figure of the state as an abstract political juridical institution present in the whole issue of transition. This is the greatest limitation. But this is a limitation to the internal consistency of Lenin's theory. Who, more than Lenin, had developed the concept of political and juridical institutions in the analysis of class composition since the 1890s? Who more than him had insisted on the very interpenetration of the development of the productive forces with the figure of the state, drawing from it a notion of the state that, far from being merely juridical and institutional, was actually embedded in the analysis of the process of production and its direct and immediate form. On this issue, let us look at two classical works: The Development of Capitalism in Russia and Imperialism as the Highest Stage of Capitalism, that complete the arch of Lenin's theoretical analysis from the 1890s to 1917. Both of these works present a conceptualization of the state as the organizer of the exploitation of work in proper terms, that is, not a statical but as a coordinated and functional force affecting the changes of labor organization during the period that goes from large manufacture to imperialism. In this perspective, the state is the form of overall capital, the effect and engine of development, the necessary relation and the figure of capital as the organizer of social exploitation on larger and larger scales. From this standpoint, it would have been important and consistent to further develop this issue in The State and Revolution. Instead, the whole point is entirely missing, and Lenin simply emphasizes the juridical and institutional aspects of the state. Hence the impossibility of showing that the struggle against the state is a struggle against work. This is the limitation we insist on. From the standpoint of the revolutionary process, the hegemony of this aspect of the state wherein it immediately organizes labor only comes to prominence beyond the general conditions of accumulation in a stage of direct and general subsumption of labor under capital. But the Russian autocracy is such a burdensome and inevitable form of self-legitimating and traditional power that it in some respects justifies Lenin's emphasis on the political and juridical institutional aspect of the state and his relative underestimation of the direct relation between the state and the organization of productive processes. Moreover, a close examination of the strategic and practical reality and an analysis of the particular state of disarray of the Russian state in the war period, when Lenin wrote this work, would plausibly demonstrate that there are justifiable reasons for his emphasis. When it comes to the direct organization of labor, insurrectional action develops precisely in the context of an accentuation of the complete disarray of the state, not only in general terms, but also in terms of the infrastructure of industrial development, from railways to postal services, and of the coordination of social labor overall. These justifications notwithstanding, this lack and internal limit in Lenin's theory has heavily influenced the way in which the question of transition has subsequently been developed. Therefore, forms of voluntarism and subjectivism, institutional or para-institutional, have been put forward when discussing the issue of the revolutionary process, and these pages in Lenin have been used as their justification. Here, we need to take our discussion further both in terms of a critical evaluation and in the comparison of Lenin's with our situation. First of all, let us propose some of the elements of the debate on insurrection. The issue of insurrection has rarely received the attention it deserves in discussions of transition. On the basis of a given class composition and given limits to development, on the basis of a necessary externality of the vanguard insofar as it is not merely regarded as an intellectual vanguard of theoretical consciousness but is instead a properly workers' vanguard, the issue of insurrection clearly unfolds in the direct imputation of the responsibility for the insurrection to the vanguard alone. Clearly, insurrection is discontinuity and an explosion of a concentrated subjective will, born out of an overall structure that allows for the continuous creation of spaces that can or cannot be used by the revolutionary brain. In this class composition, the party only crafts the revolution insofar as it plays its own initiative in the overall disequilibrium of the process of accumulation and institutional restructuring of the accumulation of the bourgeois state. Insurrection is an art, and in Lenin's theory, the party is a bearer of the art of insurrection. Undoubtedly, the concept of rupture, as proposed in The State and Revolution, traces this notion of the revolutionary process. At this point, a question arises: when the relation between the breaking of the state machine and the withering away of the state as the organizer of labor is posited directly and no longer linked to some spontaneity in the process, but rather to the deepening of class struggle, in other words, when we can begin to think the revolutionary process only on the basis of this tight relationship, what is left of Lenin's notion of insurrection? What is, then, insurrection? The revolution today can only be crafted as a material ability to build a mass power that, step after step, time after time, destroys the reality of the capitalist state as a work state. This has no longer anything to do with insurrection as an eminent and explosive moment. The revolutionary process develops and can only develop as an overall process of revolutionizing. What does appropriation mean, after all, and what does it mean to wither away the state as the overall organizer of power in the working class, if it does not emerge from a determined ability to carry forward a process that is at once a molecular, determined, and continuous destruction of all the facets of the state organization and, simultaneously, also the actual seizing of this wealth and this materiality of power that confronts us? If this is the situation, the limitations of the argument in the State and Revolution concerning its analysis of the relation between the state and the organization of labor really seem to force us to deeply revise the argument. This revision requires that we confront the organizational relation with the current terms of class struggle. In this light, the revision of the concept of the party is crucial. The party, this form of adjustment of ends and means that must develop the ability of organizing both the rupture and the withering away, as the proletarian seizing of wealth, is a privileged object of the theoretical and practical inquiry of the masses. But in addition to this, other questions are raised. In the previous lecture, while discussing rupture, we showed that the question needed to be reviewed in light of the capitalist integration of the state form and the form of dead labor, which is so severe today that the problem, as indicated by class struggle, is probably one of materially distributing wealth not because it is wealth, but because it is presented in an entirely distorted way. We have seen how it is impossible to think that the existing machinery, science, and overall accumulation of dead labor can be used as it is in the development of communism. We are thus faced with a paradox. On the one hand, the development of the workers' capacity for rupture cannot rely on a mythical moment but can only sustain itself on the desire for existing wealth, on the ability to immediately reappropriate it. On the other hand, this reappropriation must be completely subordinated to the ability to destroy and the need to build new conditions for a new world. This paradox represents a huge difficulty, and the misery of the political practice that reformism accentuates is difficult and makes our analysis even more difficult. But, faced with this difficulty, we must be Marxist and Leninist until the end. This entails that when issues arise that cannot be resolved, and when there is a terrible responsibility of committing potentially tragic mistakes, we must first of all think that our artisan tools are wholly inadequate and that the issues raised by the masses, in class struggle, must be solved by the masses through class struggle. The same applies to the issue of organization. The activity of the masses manages to determine it time and again. And the same applies also to the determination between appropriation, destruction, and liberation of the power of mass invention. I think that at this stage, and from this standpoint, we can begin to read the pages on the Commune that Lenin attaches to his treatment of the question of transition. Point 3. Following Marx's method, Lenin teaches us that the form of the organization can only be found in the movement of the masses. We are obviously entitled to carry out a more specific analysis of the commiseration between the organizational means and the ends of the movement, while keeping close, theoretically, to the specific terms of class composition. But we cannot forget that every time an actual organization arises, it does so because of the activity of the masses. To recognize the mass character of organization as a recovered form that the proletariat time and again molds and discovers in itself is both the question and the solution. The Paris Commune is, from this standpoint, a formidable theoretical fact beyond all its ingenuity and mistakes, and it is a perfect moment of the proletarian expression of its ability as a subject to give an adequate form to its organization. This kind of analysis must move beyond the example of the Paris Commune. Currently, in March 1973, the workers at Mirafiori are accomplishing their own theoretical miracle and discovering a form of military mass organization inside the factory. They are finding the right terrain of a new relation of struggle for appropriation and power. We will need to test ourselves on these grounds and remember that the problems our reading raises can only find, as Lenin intimates, a definitive solution at the level of practice. To the masses go the first and, always, the last word. Point 4. 27. Transition and proletarian dictatorship. The particular interests of the working class. W. We have already seen how Marx's and Lenin's formidable feats were to use the method of the masses and raise the question of transition from the standpoint of the workers. What interests us is that this entailed a positing of the question from a political perspective and thus, preliminarily, from outside an economicist or related perspective. I think that this is extremely important and needs to be underlined. In fact, such framing of the question eventually disappeared from the discussion of the workers' movement. We would have to wait something like 50 years, until the actions of the Chinese Communist Party in the second half of the 1960s, for the political issue of transition to be rediscovered. The rest of the literature gathered under the rubric of the issue of transition is economicist and excludes that the working class has a primary role in the management of the transition from socialism to communism. We might go as far as to say that the problem of transition actually became the most fertile terrain on which to develop a series of extremely formalized attempts at planning in the treatment of political economy of the self-styled Marxists. The paradox of the theory of transition as it developed prior to the revolutionary rediscovery of the Chinese Communist Party was that it began with the state and revolution and ended up with a theory of economic calculus. From Lenin to Leontiev, ironically, from a theory of permanent revolution to a theory of equilibrium, from the definition of growing factors of revolutionary insubordination to the inputs-outputs of the system. Moreover, the theory of transition was entirely developed by economists within the remit of the theory of labor. After Lenin, reformism could only conceive of the period of transition in terms of value theory, a theory of exploitation. The issue of the shift to communism and of the abolishment of the law of value and of the economic system gradually became obscured until it was completely set aside, apart from the opportune addition of adequate mystifications, especially during the Stalinist period, when the fact that the Soviets had seized power seemed in itself sufficient for a notion of the withering away of the law of value. These were propaganda operations, pure and simple. Probably they were based on what seemed to us the greatest limitation of Lenin's theory, that is, the inability to express clearly an identity of tendency between communism and the fall of the law of value, and therefore between communism and the suppression of labor itself, which in Lenin was due to the socio-political structure he operated in. If this can be read between the lines in Lenin, it is not explicit but rather imposed, and the problem of transition as it emerges in 1917 in Russia cannot be detached from the general backwardness of Russian society and its economic basis at the time. This insufficiency is the mystified foundation of the passive, reactionary, and conservative motivations found in the later development of the theory of transition. But let us be clear about this is a purely philological game and foundation. The later mystification can find its justification neither in the overall political framework of Lenin's theory nor in his positing of the working class as the subject of change. In Lenin we find a ponderous example of a theoretical anticipation of reality, and the failures that often occur in the shift from the theoretical to the historical party, a shift that is always so terribly painful and grave, especially in the dramatic situation of revolutionary Russia, do not diminish its power. We always find, in Lenin, some element that makes it impossible to reduce his thought to economism. This element consists in an appreciation of the political theory of transition based on the assumption of the working class subject as an absolute foundation. Such an aspect resists any perturbation of the question in economicist terms. In the years that followed Lenin's death, political staff and Menshevik economists, the same people who during the Great Crisis moved to the West and joined its large planning offices, seized Soviet planning and turned it into a capitalist machinery. This also highlights the irreducibility of Lenin's thought to their practice. Having said this, we can now move on to a further observation, secondary but useful for introducing a new element in the reconstruction of Lenin's overall theory. This concerns the role of anticipation and forecasting. When we spoke of Lenin's method in the first part of these lectures, perhaps we placed an excessive emphasis on the correspondence between his thought and the historical and political practice of his times, the determinate composition of the working class and its historical formation. This helped us show an important feature of his mode of proceeding and focus on the inversion from a theory of composition to a theory of organization. But things are more complicated than that. If we limited ourselves, even for a moment, merely to the level of composition theory, we would have to recognize that both the populists and the Mensheviks were right on this, insofar as, paradoxically, they reflected more intelligently the high degree to which political operations were possible in Russia. What characterizes Lenin's theory, in this case, is simply the fact that his is the best understanding of the objective moments of the situation. If we take into account the two works that we have focused on, the development of capitalism in Russia and what is to be done, we can immediately note that they also display a formidable sensitivity to the moment of the tendency, since they both point to the action of a historical subject, in this case, the working class, as the drive, push, and traction that could impose progress toward mature capitalism on Russian society. The focus on the structure of the party as defined in What Is to Be Done, on the hegemonic and driving function of a workers' vanguard that carries with it the proletariat and some of the peasants and the small bourgeoisie, who are involved in a series of mediations such as progressive democracy and the parliamentary system, displays an ability not only to grasp some of the general characteristics of the situation, but to confront them with the driving function and winning tendency that thus presume a historical subject of the whole process. It is impossible to think of a historical tendency without also conceiving of a need for a determinate historical subject. This is certainly a historical product, but is still a subject. Only from this standpoint can the anticipation work, without being either cerebral or prefiguring, rather than a mechanical necessity. It is a necessary tendency planted in the ability of a historical subject to move in a given direction. When this determination is recuperated, the party becomes history and makes history. That subject must be led and subjected to a political class leadership. The same mechanism applies to what concerns the tendency of the transition in the state and revolution. In this case, Lenin expresses an absolutely preliminary emphasis on the revolutionary subject, and this is the revolutionary subject that Lenin finds before him, and whose movement Lenin feels the intensity and reality of. Lenin's theory concentrates on this subject, and his anticipation is only possible on the basis of the recognition of the role of the working class. This is an extremely important aspect of Lenin's thought from the point of view of method. In this way Lenin deals decisively with economism and subjectivism, which are always experienced within the communist movement. The antagonistic duplicity of economism and subjectivism, or idealism and materialism conceived statically and non-dialectically, is overcome by the identification of a subject that is material and avoids the possibility of falling into these opposing formulas of mystified solutions to the problem. The theoretical overcoming of the dualism is not practical, only organization can help the practical side, and when it comes to revolutionary organization, the state and revolution presupposes it. In fact, in Russia, beyond the attempts of the NEP, planning was developed in purely economistic terms and exasperated the populist tradition of Russian Marxism, turning it into a vulgar Marxism where the subject of agency changes. Point 1. We did not have a working class as such, as a subject leading the movement. Instead, we started seeing as a subject the whole of the hypotheses of populism, the people, the nation, while planning was gradually reduced to economic calculus. Clearly this does not mean that economic calculus ought to be excluded from planning or that the growth and extension of the material basis can be denied because of the emergence of the project and will of the class. Rather, it simply suggests that we need to recall an absolutely fundamental moment in Marxism, that of the hegemony of the political, which is the hegemony of a consideration of class relations, levels of consciousness, needs and necessities, and everything that concerns, in the last instance, the political will of the masses and of the ruling class. Only from this perspective can the problem of anticipation in Lenin acquire clarity. And this also clarifies the fact that economism and reformism have heavily appropriated the issue of transition and turned it into a grim ideology that can in no way be recuperated in a classical Leninist framework. This was a long parenthesis to recover the methodological design of Lenin's theory. It is now appropriate to return to the text, the state and revolution, and analyze the purely historical and polemical chapters that we have not yet considered. Chapters 2 and 3 analyze, respectively, the experience of 1848 to 1851 and that of the Paris Commune of 1871. Chapter 4 continues on the same issue to offer a deeper analysis of the state in classical texts, and Chapter 6 essentially engages in a polemic with Koski and Plekhanov. I think that Lenin's analysis in these chapters can now be better understood, because the expressive form of the state and revolution slightly betrays the animus and intention of the work. As we have argued, the main intention is to grasp the essential shift of the Russian Revolution and propose to the workers' subject the task of creating the proletarian dictatorship in order to bring about communism and wither away the state. The other chapters provide a series of elements that have already been outlined in the general introduction of the first chapter, and are concentrated in Chapter 5, where the political perspective becomes more current and the project is outlined in practice. Let us look into Chapter 2. This is an interpretation of the manifesto supported by a reading of Marx's historical writings on the period. Starting from what we have argued so far, we will see that, rather than being an introduction or a stage toward Chapter 5, which is undoubtedly fundamental, this second chapter can be regarded as its simplification. In other words, Lenin's polemical needs and the opportunity to refer to the authority of classics as a foundation of his thought in no way represent a hindrance to the impact of the text. The reference to classics has the role of providing evidence in this as in other chapters. But it is worth underlining how in these chapters what matters is not so much the continuity, the systematic repetition of the presentation of the concept of the state, but the relevance of Lenin's methodology, what we have named the Leninist anticipation of communism, as it is practically embodied in this phase of the Russian Revolution. First, it is worth noting the insistence, in the analysis of the manifesto in Chapter 2, on the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat. This is not an abstract concept but a particular and determinate function that must immediately be placed in a stage of development of the revolutionary process under analysis, that is, in the chapter on the economic basis of transition. In depicting the most general phases of the development of the proletariat, we trace the more or less veiled civil war, raging within existing society up to the point where that war breaks out into open revolution, and where the violent overthrow of the bourgeoisie lays the foundation for the sway of the proletariat. We have seen above that the first step in the revolution by the working class is to raise the proletariat to the position of the ruling class to win the battle of democracy. The proletariat will use its political supremacy to wrest, by degree, all capital from the bourgeoisie, to centralize all instruments of production in the hands of the state, i.e., of the proletariat organized as the ruling class. Point 2. Reclaiming the revolution as an element of the concept of the state here entails reclaiming the dictatorship as a primary aim of the revolution. This is why this theory was forgotten, because, as usual, the method of mystification has intervened in that of scientific analysis. This definition of the state has never been explained in the prevailing propaganda and agitation literature of the official social democratic parties. More than that, it has been deliberately ignored, for it is absolutely irreconcilable with reformism, and is a slap in the face for the common opportunist prejudices and Philistine illusions about the peaceful development of democracy. 3. Mystification and demystification are economic categories, let us not forget that. Unfortunately, these terms are now used as a substitute for false and true. But in Marxism, mystification does not mean false, as opposed to true. A mystification can be true insofar as it exists and is given and real. There are mystifications that are infinitely more real and true than many other things. Mystification is not ungraspable, it is a reality linked to a particular utility and particular interests, and thus always determined by its class nature. From this perspective, the process of demystification is none other than the constant revelation of the interests behind an affirmation, or oblivion or neglect, and, in this case, behind a forgetting that is not secondary, because it affects the manifesto, a crucial text for the whole of the communist tradition. These are the interests behind the mystification of the nature of the state. The exploiting classes need political rule to maintain exploitation, i.e., in the selfish interests of an insignificant minority against the vast majority of all people. The exploited classes need political rule in order to completely abolish all exploitation, i.e., in the interests of the vast majority of the people, and against the insignificant minority consisting of the modern slave owners, the landowners and capitalists. The petty bourgeois democrats, those sham socialists who replaced the class struggle by dreams of class harmony, even pictured the socialist transformation in a dreamy fashion not as the overthrow of the rule of the exploiting class, but as the peaceful submission of the minority to the majority which has become aware of its aims. This petty bourgeois utopia, which is inseparable from the idea of the state being above classes, led in practice to the betrayal of the interests of the working classes, as was shown, for example, by the history of the French revolutions of 1848 and 1871, and by the experience of socialist participation in bourgeois cabinets in Britain, France, Italy, and other countries at the turn of the century. 4. Of equal relevance is the method of mystification, which entails the notion of workers' particular interests as a power and a foundation of the dictatorship. On the one hand, there is the mystification of the concept of the state in the name of particular non-proletarian interests. On the other hand, there is its demystification in the name of the particular interests of the proletariat as a particular class. The overthrow of bourgeois rule can be accomplished only by the proletariat, the particular class whose economic conditions of existence prepare it for this task and provide it with the possibility and the power to perform it. While the bourgeoisie break up and disintegrate the peasantry and all the petty bourgeois groups, they weld together, unite and organize the proletariat. Only the proletariat, by virtue of the economic role it plays in large-scale production, is capable of being the leader of all the working and exploited people, whom the bourgeoisie exploit, oppress, and crush, often not less but more than they do the proletarians, but who are incapable of waging an independent struggle for their emancipation. 5. Let us now return to Chapter 2. Lenin immediately adds, Marx's theory of the state, i.e., the proletariat organized as the ruling class, is inseparably bound up with the whole of his doctrine of the revolutionary role of the proletariat in history. The culmination of this rule is the proletarian dictatorship, the political rule of the proletariat. 6. The term dictatorship of the proletariat only appears later in the manifesto. The paraphrase "the proletariat organized as a ruling class" is featured, but this does not change anything, because the other expression qualifies the paraphrase and allows for the concept of particular class to emerge. This is very important because Marx here overcomes the definition of the proletariat he had previously offered, where, soaked with the theories of the left Hegelians, the proletariat featured as a general class, as the universality of human interests. This view is still Hegelian and idealist, and is overcome insofar as the proletariat is no longer seen as a human, metaphysical, philosophical subject, but as the product of capitalist development. Here its particularity and that of its interests, as opposed to the social generality of capital, become the key to overturning the process, and it is clear that scientific communism can only be born out of this concept of particularity, because only in this case can the dialectics be exercised on the subject, its independence, and the particularity of its immediately antagonistic interests. Only the proletariat, by virtue of the economic role it plays in large-scale production, is capable of being the leader of all the working and exploited people, whom the bourgeoisie exploit, oppress, and crush, often not less but more than they do the proletarians, but who are incapable of waging an independent struggle for their emancipation. 7. This notion of autonomy of proletarian emancipation, born out of the particularity of the subject, had to be discovered as a refusal of any preconceived generality, any burden of idealism and humanism that could be ascribed to the proletariat as such. Lenin's affirmation of this notion gave great intensity to his Marxism, but this concept of the proletariat as a particular class was completely forgotten after Lenin, by social democrats and Marxist theorists alike, with their watered-down versions at the service of the Pacific road to socialism. Sometimes this was done astutely, for instance, when, accompanying theoretical declarations in honor of the classics and tradition, they placed their emphasis on the general emancipating function of the actions of the proletariat. And from this, they moved toward the issue of alliances, the reaffirmation of the generality of workers' comportment. But this is all false, practically and theoretically. The particularity of workers' interests, the autonomous particularity of the interests of the working class, is absolutely irreducible and can only increase its autonomous particularity and turn into dictatorship. The interests of other sections of the proletariat, the large masses of all workers, in other words, all of those interests that fall under the umbrella of the concept of working class as industrial productive labor, whether directly or indirectly, are not part of the revolutionary subject. Marx's and Lenin's concept of the working class has no appendix. The other proletarian interests can only be subjected to and dominated by the particular interest of the working class, and only then can the notion of alliance find meaning, insofar as these interests are dominated and used politically from outside of any strategic confusion, and not from inside the workers' interests, which are isolated, autonomous, particular, and sectarian. The notion of workers' dictatorship that is taking shape in these passages is clear beyond any doubt. The proletariat needs state power, a centralized organization of force, an organization of violence, both to crush the resistance of the exploiters and to lead the enormous mass of the population, the peasants, the petty bourgeoisie, and semi-proletarians. Here, even the concept of violence seems to be a direct result of the particularity of workers' interests. Alliance is always a violence exercised against both exploiters and exploited. The interests of the exploited in general only coincide with those of the working class if one makes them coincide with the use of workers' violence for the organization of the entire movement. These ideas bring us straight to the core of the Marxist-Leninist theory of proletarian dictatorship and are extremely important for the theory of transition too. It seems clear to us that a theory of transition based on the issue of large alliances, for instance, and on structural reforms and reformist steps forward can acquire legitimacy in whomever's theory, but it has no foundation in the tradition of Marxism and Leninism. On the contrary, for Marxist and Leninist traditions, each problem always comes to be reduced to the essential issues of the emergence of the particular interests of the workers and the recognition that only violence can be an instrument of mediation in the revolutionary process. From this standpoint, we will have to develop, as we do in the next lesson, the specific determination that requires a reunification of the particular interest with the exercise of violence. But the second chapter does not provide new insights into this. The only issue of note there is that Lenin also retraces Marx's historical writings following the period of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, especially the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte, and quotes two crucial passages concerning the interpretation of the overall process of proletarian revolution, especially in relation to the issue of bringing to light the revolutionary subject as it stands before him. In particular, at the beginning of the second paragraph of chapter 2, Lenin quotes what I think is one of the most beautiful of Marx's passages, which begins thus, "But the revolution is thoroughgoing. It is still journeying through purgatory. It does its work methodically. By December 2, 1851, the day of Louis Bonaparte's coup d'état, it had completed one half of its preparatory work. It is now completing the other half. First it perfected the parliamentary power, in order to be able to overthrow it. 9. So the development of bourgeois political institutions is seen as the result of the workers' struggle. Now that it has attained this, it is perfecting the executive power, reducing it to its purest expression, isolating it, setting it up against itself as the sole object, in order to concentrate all its forces of destruction against it. And when it has done this second half of its preliminary work, Europe will leap from its seat and exultantly exclaim, 'Well grubbed, old mole.' 10. After all revolutions perfected this machine instead of smashing it. 11. This is another crucial point. While it is true that institutional revolts and capitalist restructurings are the result and the effect of workers' struggle, this perfecting still belongs to capital. Hence the constant paradox of capitalist development, that as it perfects itself, it becomes increasingly isolated and exposed to workers' attacks, as it burns down all mediations and all developed forms of control over social movements, it becomes reduced to the executive, to the mere capacity of command and self-reproduction. The perfecting of capitalist development becomes its own precariousness as a rule. The more capital perfects itself, the more it approaches the revolutionary moment. We have already seen this in different contexts, but it was important to have this conversation to see how Lenin's notion of proletarian dictatorship loyally recovers Marx's theory and uses it in a polemic against reformism, and, above all, to identify the need and urgency for a shift taking place in the Russian Revolution. This is what we have highlighted in this lesson. 28. Transition, material basis, and expansiveness of the working class government. Seek further confirmation of our interpretation of some of the most important issues in Lenin's text. In this lesson we are going to concentrate on the third chapter of The State and Revolution, entitled Experience of the Paris Commune of 1871, Marx's Analysis. In this chapter, three main theoretical issues arise and need to be interpreted. The first emerges from a reading of Marx's historical writings and his notion of the revolutionary shift in the context of Lenin's polemic against the vulgar social democratic conception of it. Lenin refers to Marx's text on the Civil War in France and to the last preface to the German edition of the Manifesto of the Communist Party, dated 1872. He highlights Marx and Engels' correction in this preface, quoting the following text: "One thing especially was proved by the Commune, that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes." One moreover, in 1871, in a famous letter to Kugelmann, a Hamburg doctor and friend of his, Marx writes, "If you look up the last chapter of my 18th Brumaire, you will find that I declare that the next attempt of the French Revolution will be no longer, as before, to transfer the bureaucratic military machine from one hand to another, but to smash it." Marx's italics: "The original is Zerbrechen, and this is the precondition for every real people's revolution on the continent. And this is what our heroic party comrades in Paris are attempting." Point 2. What we are interested in pointing out is not so much that Lenin recovers Marx's stance on this issue, but that in his own polemic with revisionists he raises a fundamental question that introduces us to a debate that is also very much alive in the workers' movement today. This helps us verify the currency of the state and revolution in the spirit in which we have done so far. Here it will be sufficient to note that the current, vulgar interpretation of Marx's famous statement just quoted, that is, from the 1872 preface, is that Marx here allegedly emphasizes the idea of slow development in contradistinction to the seizure of power, and so on. As a matter of fact, the exact opposite is the case. Marx's idea is that the working class must break up, smash the ready-made state machinery, and not confine itself merely to laying hold of it. 3. How did revisionists interpret the passage we have just read? Let us read it again. "One thing especially was proved by the Commune, that the working class cannot simply lay hold of the ready-made state machinery and wield it for its own purposes." What was the revisionist interpretation of this? If we cannot simply and purely lay hold of the state machinery, we must create the general conditions to seize it. The process becomes one of complex and articulated development, a process that entails reforming the structure. But in fact, according to Lenin, the opposite is the case. Marx thinks that the working class must break and smash the state machinery as it is ready-made, rather than simply get hold of it. Lenin's interpretation is confirmed by Marx's text. The revisionist reading is only based on words and does not hold water. But we are not interested in mere philology. We want to grasp the implicit issue here, which concerns the development of struggle and the seizure of power. Clearly, for revisionists the concept of development is primary and counterpoise to that of power. Despite its many variants, this is their scheme. In the context of the class composition recorded between 1870 and 1917, revisionists conceived of political development as being the same as economic development. Political development and economic development are almost completely juxtaposed, and the economic aspect becomes fundamental. From the classical social democratic perspective to the current communist one, revisionism has centered on a strategy of structural reforms and still upholds the hegemony of the economic instance. Change in the economic structures is a condition of the seizure of power. This ends up reinforcing the economist and opportunist perspective and thus imposes an attitude that takes responsibility for the bourgeois state, which is a collaborationist and participatory stance. Methodologically and substantially, Lenin insists on a revolutionary notion that is formed by an emphasis on rupture, on smashing up. This becomes all the more relevant as the development and place of class struggle change in the economic context. In no way does Lenin neglect the question of the relationship between development and the ability to break with it. He posits it in dialectical terms, and the discontinuity of the process does not elude but rather insists on the complexity of relations, choices, and alternatives. This insistence characterizes all of Lenin's activity. We find it in the first period, during the 1890s, it emerges when he raises the issue of the insurrections of 1905, and especially after 1905, in his political work, when he gathers together his previous ideas and develops them theoretically in the philosophical notebooks. The relation between development and rupture, the definition of a discontinuous continuity of the revolutionary process, is one of the most important aspects of Lenin's thought. Grasping this particular root as it rises up from a dialectical analysis offered in Marx's writings on the Commune and recognizing its importance in the polemic against revisionism only reinforce our conviction that this is a fundamentally current and preliminary motif in Marx's and Lenin's thought. A second fundamental aspect that requires some clarification in our reading is illustrated in other sections of the third chapter, in the context of another polemic. It might seem strange, but Lenin's thought often emerges from polemics to which he offers a response, and what an odd response. Lenin's response is not constrained by the object of the polemic, it is projected forward. It does not accept the operative field of the provocation, it subverts it as it responds to it. In any case, the second main aspect concerning us here is spurred by Bernstein's critique of Lenin's concept of power and of the organization of power after the revolution. On the basis of Marx's discussion of the example of the Commune, Lenin claims that the withering away of the state emerges from the possibility that all workers, organized as a ruling class, directly partake in the management of power. Bernstein and revisionists oppose Lenin on this and accuse him of primitive democracy, of not taking into account the complexity of advanced capitalist societies and so on. How many times have revisionists leveled this accusation? But in Lenin, beyond the scientific definition, we also find the sensation and the idea that it is precisely the development of the capitalist base as a complex material, one that allows for the direct management of power. The problem is always one of standpoint. When things are seen from the worker's standpoint, the fact that the complexity of industrial development turns the labor force into a unified element, an abstract capacity whose function is totally interchangeable, allows for the overall direct control of economic and political development. Capitalist culture has created large-scale production, factories, railways, the postal service, telephones, etc., and on this basis the great majority of the functions of the old state power have become so simplified and can be reduced to such exceedingly simple operations of registration, filing, and checking that they can be easily performed by every literate person, can quite easily be performed for ordinary workmen's wages, and that these functions can, and must, be stripped of every shadow of privilege, of every semblance of official grandeur. All officials, without exception, elected and subject to recall at any time, their salaries reduced to the level of ordinary workmen's wages. These simple and self-evident democratic measures, while completely uniting the interests of the workers and the majority of the peasants, at the same time serve as a bridge leading from capitalism to socialism. These measures concern the reorganization of the state, the purely political reorganization of society, but, of course, they acquire their full meaning and significance only in connection with the expropriation of the expropriators either being accomplished or in preparation, i.e., with the transformation of capitalist private ownership of the means of production into social ownership. Point 4. Nobody can fail to notice the overbearing tone of Lenin's affirmation here. It is not a utopia but the affirmation of a new humanity at the highest level of scientific prediction ever developed or construed by revolutionary Marxism. This is because there is a constant link to the material basis and to the subversion of capitalist development. At this stage many problems might arise in relation to the distorted form of this shift. But we have already criticized this and recognized that there is much optimism in Lenin's notion of the transition. Yet we know that Lenin's illusion can be recovered when a high level of development has determined an adequate material basis and thus a capable labor force, to the degree that its labor, or its refusal of labor, can produce communism. This is affirmed again when Lenin writes, "There is no trace of utopianism in Marx, in the sense that he made up or invented a new society. No, he studied the birth of the new society out of the old, and the forms of transition from the latter to the former, as a mass proletarian movement and tried to draw practical lessons from it. He learned from the Commune, just as all the great revolutionary thinkers learned unhesitatingly from the experience of great movements of the oppressed classes, and never addressed them with pedantic homilies." 5. Again, the polemical attitude against economism is as deep in Marx as it is in Lenin. It often seems that prefiguration is an enemy, theoretical delegation is completely shifted onto collective praxis. Theory comes to determine the need for the shift, but its forms and the new and highest modes of its organization are nothing but the practice that defines them. It is the movement that discovers the forms of its organization. Marx deduced from the whole history of socialism and the political struggle that the state was bound to disappear, and that the transitional form of its disappearance, the transition from state to non-state, would be the proletariat organized as the ruling class. Marx, however, did not set out to discover the political forms of this future stage. He limited himself to carefully observing French history, to analyzing it, and to drawing the conclusion to which the year 1851 had led, namely, that matters were moving towards destruction of the bourgeois state machine. And when the mass revolutionary movement of the proletariat burst forth, Marx, in spite of its failure, in spite of its short life and patent weakness, began to study the forms it had discovered. The Commune is the form at last discovered by the proletarian revolution, under which the economic emancipation of labor can take place. The Commune is the first attempt by a proletarian revolution to smash the bourgeois state machine, and it is the political form at last discovered, by which the smashed state machine can and must be replaced. We shall see further on that the Russian revolutions of 1905 and 1917, in different circumstances and under different conditions, continue the work of the Commune and confirm Marx's brilliant historical analysis. Point 6. The main aspect here is the relation between the base and the revolutionary movement, a different way of addressing in material terms the continuous discontinuity that had seemingly configured a purely logical process. The shift to communism is a leap that starts on the springboard determined by capitalist development. The role of theory is to mediate the reality that confronts us by means of a historical natural method with no utopian undertones, even though the method projects our intelligence and our practical activities onto moments and realities that seem defeated in everyday practice. But the tendency, the scientific moment of the mediation between reality, objectivity, and subjectivity, between what confronts us and what the working class will do, grasps, indeed scientifically and beyond appearances, this irresistible revolutionary process. Contrary to the reformists, who claim that the leap is something unpredictable and purely subjective, Lenin thinks that the discontinuity of the process is embodied in reality, in the material basis, and must be recognized and analyzed. This material basis is as stable as it is great: the large industry, the factory, the social infrastructure of industry, and, from an upturned standpoint, the worker that this production determines. Today human beings can be used as producers beyond any qualification outside of what they are bearers of as commodity labor, because they are born, built, and instructed in this society, and thus become an entirely interchangeable element of its function as a whole. But the worker, while being inside this reality, also has the ability to dominate it in terms of elementary registers and controls, not simply by virtue of the reality of her proletarianization and the relation with the material basis that is open to her, but rather because this proletarianization equalizes everyone at the highest level of capitalist production. Capitalist production today is already open to this possibility and now only mystifies it in terms of command, hierarchical development, and the reproduction of the existing structure. But this basis, from both an objective and a subjective point of view, was determined in antagonistic and potentially revolutionary terms. This is another methodological aspect that the third chapter offers to our understanding of the fifth chapter, which it complements. The third and last element concerning us in this chapter is even more important. It gathers together a series of fundamental motives for the theory of the revolutionary shift as well as the theory of the party. Let us read the last passage that Lenin quotes from Marx. The multiplicity of interpretations to which the Commune has been subjected, and the multiplicity of interests which expressed themselves in it show that it was a thoroughly flexible political form, while all previous forms of government had been essentially repressive. Its true secret was this: it was essentially a working-class government, the result of the struggle of the producing against the appropriating class, the political form at last discovered under which the economic emancipation of labor could be accomplished. Except on this last condition, the communal constitution would have been an impossibility and a delusion. 7. A thoroughly flexible political form, proletarian dictatorship, becomes here identical with the shift from state to non-state. In Marx and Lenin, parallel to the affirmation of the particular process of insurrection, dictatorship, and withering away, a tripartite formula, we find allusions to a binary formula that is much more realistic and true in practice, and now serves as the basis of our political discourse. If the problem of the abolition of labor is fundamental, then the binary formula is adequate to it. The Commune is not simply a dictatorship, it is a thoroughly flexible political form, an ongoing transition from state to non-state. Here Lenin's political position is impatiently exposed through an interpretation of this important quotation from Marx, where the shift is seen as the action of a proletarian engaged in an advanced level of struggle. In this, the binary formula of the immediate withering away of the state is the correlative, both the cause and the effect, of the immediate expansiveness of the seizure of power of the proletariat. The opposition between this flexible political form and all other previous forms of government that had been unilaterally repressive is almost Lenin's preventive self-criticism of the dictatorship of the proletariat, where the proletariat is conceived in a static and repressive way as a dogma of the shift. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a crucial and essential shift, but nothing could be more damaging than seeing it as inessential, and nothing could be more dangerous than seeing it as static and non-dialectical, that is, conceiving of it outside of the logic of the continuous discontinuity and thus outside of the relation between the material basis and the development of subjectivity, or we might say outside of the Maoist interpretation of the concept of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a permanent revolution. In addition to the other beautiful things that can be found in Chapter 3 of The State and Revolution, these three issues seem fundamental. Let us summarize them. The first is Lenin's critique of the revisionist and social democratic understanding of the relation between development and revolution. Lenin clarifies, through Marx, that this is a relation of discontinuity and rupture. He does so in polemical terms, and this becomes more important as revolutionary convictions mature alongside the power of the working class in capitalist society. The second fundamental issue concerns the relation between the material basis and the possibility of a direct government of class. Contrary to reformist discourse and practice, the direct government of workers is confirmed by the development and maturation of the formation of the material basis. On the premises of the previous two, the third aspect concerns the flexible political form of workers' government as an ability to immediately develop the process of withering away, of liberation from labor, as soon as the state is smashed. These moments converge on the reaffirmation of the essential nature of the revolutionary shift inside and against development, while they help us define this shift as a binary process, wherein the process of the withering away of labor there can immediately begin. Today our analysis confirms Marx's illusion and Lenin's optimism. N. 29. A provisional conclusion. Lenin and Us. C. Chapter 4, on supplementary explanations by Engels, keeps to the themes of the third chapter and reinstates the question of the smashing of the state with an eye to Engels's writings after 1871. From our point of view, not much can be recovered from it, because it consists in a series of repetitions and philological points on questions that were already expressed, with no new elements of note. One interesting point for us, both methodologically and substantially, is found in the fourth paragraph, entitled Criticism of the Draft of the Erfurt Program. Here Lenin raises the issue of the economic basis of communism and the relation between forms of capitalist development and planning. This is one of the few points made on this issue, and it is interesting to see how it is developed. Lenin writes, "We shall note in passing that Engels also makes an exceedingly valuable observation on economic questions, which shows how attentively and thoughtfully he watched the various changes occurring in modern capitalism, and how for this reason he was able to foresee to a certain extent the tasks of our present, the imperialist, epoch." Here is that observation, referring to the word planlessness, Planlosigkeit, used in the draft program, as characteristic of capitalism. Engels wrote, "When we pass from joint stock companies to trusts which assume control over, and monopolize, whole industries, it is not only private production that ceases, but also planlessness." Here we have what is most essential in the theoretical appraisal of the latest phase of capitalism, i.e., imperialism, namely, that capitalism becomes monopoly capitalism. Point 1. The comment on this quotation points out an important aspect of the theory of transition. Lenin is commenting on Engels's polemic against the definition of capitalism as planlessness and approaches the concept of collective capital, or planned capital. If capitalism cannot be planned for the editor of the Erfurt, the revolutionary shift concerns a planned society. The shift to planning, for him, is a shift to socialism. Rightly, both Engels and Lenin oppose this definition. In fact, the process of planning can easily concern capital itself. The whole of capitalist development is geared toward this aim. Shareholders' societies, trusts, and monopolies are large collectors of capital that gradually build up to the figure of the planned collective capital. Far from being the essence of socialism, planning is a typical feature of capital as it reaches its hegemonic maturity. If this is true, the transition does not coincide with planning, but with the destruction of the wage-labor relation. If this is true, then all the theories, and there are many of them that have persecuted us with their privileging of planning as the field of the transition, must be attacked. In particular, we must demystify and undermine the framework of the ideology of planning that has been fervidly sustained in the socialist and communist movement until now. Moreover, if planning is a weapon of capital, if capital has come to apprehend it and constrain it in itself so forcefully that it has become natural to it, then we can derive a methodological indication of the need to keep refounding the communist program of destruction of the state and focus on the most advanced level of capitalist development as it unfolds. And here we come to another side of the same coin, the fact that capital assumes forms of management and socialization proper to the socialist movement, far from demonstrating the overcoming of socialism, is in fact a process of approaching and approximating a more advanced phase from which to attack and ground the distinction between the state and the capitalist organization of labor. This growing socialization of capital, rather than appearing as an end and a radical transformation or subversion of the capitalist system, actually displays an opposed and antagonistic side, demonstrating that within this mode of production the working class is taking shape and undergoing a metamorphosis that makes it see communism closer insofar as its own socialization as a class and its own place in the instrumentalism, rationalized, centralized, and simplified, of capitalist command allow for a direct shift to the seizure of power. The progress of capitalist socialization is not a transformation of the capitalist regime in itself, but simply an opening for new possibilities for the revolutionary offensive of the working class. But however much they do plan, however much the capitalist magnates calculate in advance the volume of production on a national and even on an international scale, and however much they systematically regulate it, we still remain under capitalism at its new stage, it is true, but still capitalism, without a doubt. The proximity of such capitalism to socialism should serve genuine representatives of the proletariat as an argument proving the proximity, facility, feasibility, and urgency of the socialist revolution, and not at all as an argument for tolerating the repudiation of such a revolution and the efforts to make capitalism look more attractive, something which all reformists are trying to do. Point 2. Both Engels and Lenin attack and destroy the question of state socialism carried forward by the Second International, the direct premonition of the social democratic betrayal of the First Imperialist War. In the 6th chapter on the vulgarization of Marxism by opportunists, we find a harsh polemic against Plekhanov and Kosky and a position in favor of so-called left radicalism, especially that of Pannekoek. We have little to add to this. The main aspect of this chapter is the strong polemical character of the dictatorship of the proletariat against opportunists. This is also used against anarchists, but the content of the anarchists' demands, when they were not presented in Proudhon's terms, that is, in terms of autonomy, decentralization, and small artisan experimentations, is always assumed as a fundamental part of the revolutionary project of left-wing communism. Against the anarchists, Lenin insists on the issue of the leap and the break of proletarian dictatorship as a moment for revolutionaries to concentrate on, but then, he uses the anarchists against the reformists, because Bolshevism, that is, the communist notion of the party and the state, as autonomous realities, one in terms of the overall mediation of the revolutionary process, and the other as the adversary and thus essentially as an object against which to turn the revolutionary force, has nothing to do with reformism. From the anarchists, Lenin recuperates, holds forcefully, and makes credible the anti-state stance, the hatred for any form of exploitation of human beings. We have come to the end of our reading of The State and Revolution. This is a precious book, and reading and rereading it is the least we can do with it. Obviously, at every reading one needs to choose a standpoint on which to insist and focus. We have essentially tried to identify the issue of transition from a political standpoint, one of a critique of political economy, rather than insist on the prediction of some formal and sometimes ideological characteristics of the future communist state. This reading might have remained blocked in the idea initially declared at the beginning of our conversations. This idea was that Lenin's Marxism is the most perfect instrument the communist tradition has left us, an instrument, a method. Thus nothing would be less Leninist than putting the state and revolution on a pedestal and treating it as a text on which to mold the solutions that we provide, time and again, to the practical and theoretical problems of class struggle. Lenin's method is the most refined form Marxist method because it is based on a series of extremely effective and politically determined concepts. These are, for instance, the concept of determinate historical formation, which can be translated into one of class composition, the concept of tendency, which is a theoretical and practical anticipation, the configuration of the revolutionary process as a product of a mass workers' subject located inside the power relations that are time and again redetermined with other strata of the proletariat and eventually with other classes, from within which this relation is resolved into a definition of both strategy and tactics. Lenin's method is the method of this subject, and the concept of the party as mediation between spontaneity and subjectivity, between mass movement and offensive movement, is nothing but the determinate form of this mass method. Beyond the limitations of this essay, which we have, I think, strongly underlined, we can observe that the so-called Marxism of the 1960s, the Marxism that we have contributed to by practically developing and defining it as a new theoretical and revolutionary fabric and that is now affirmed as a fundamental part of the movement, can legitimately refer to Leninism. Undoubtedly, the reformists, having made Lenin vulgar, now try to recuperate the Marxism of the 1960s and, with books, anthologies, and conferences, with small bureaucratic support operations, try to make it meek and locate it within reformism. But this is a waste of time. The Marxism of the 1960s is vaccinated against this recuperation. In fact, this Marxism started from the position of a strong polemic against Lenin, and this is why, among other reasons, It could not read Lenin outside of the stringent orthodoxy into which communist parties had forced it, a stringent and mortifying orthodoxy that prevented one from grasping the constructive and expansive aspects of the Leninist method. Lenin was known as the author of imperialism, but we know very well now that this popular essay does not correspond to the situation of imperialism we find ourselves in, to our thoughts or actions. Lenin was defined as the theoretician of the centralized party, of the rigid, instrumental, and bureaucratic relation with the union and workers' struggles, but the struggles have decided to break with this relation of subordination. Lenin, finally, was defined as a theoretician of the unprincipled alliances determined by reformism. Now, on these premises, in the context of the first phase of development of Marxism in the 1960s, critique could not help but involve Lenin's thought. The elements of strength that the new Marxism had outlined, especially the formidable discovery of this revolutionary subject with new characteristics, a working-class subject that has completely changed its power relations with the rest of society insofar as the socialization of capital has proceeded and the whole of society was posited against the working class, globally undermined the way social democracy and the Third Internationalism had used Lenin. Thus, the attack waged against Leninism was positively aimed at destroying the fetishistic definition of the current force of capital as a state monopoly, as reformists were imposing this emerging definition as a doctrinal image. The theory of the party was attacked because it was a theory of the extraneousness and subordination of the proletariat. The theory of alliances and all the dirt it carried with it was also attacked, and so on. But the experience of the Marxism of the 1960s allowed us to recover Lenin and find fertile ground in him, because this recovery completely discounted the critiques that were leveled in the past and found in Lenin's method the basis, the support, and the instrument to carry them out. Perhaps Lenin operated, in relation to the Second International, the same shift that the Marxism of the 1960s forced in relation to the Third International. His initial reasons derived not only from a theoretically superior intelligence, but also and especially from a braver and more advanced positioning of class struggle. Leninism and our Marxism find a formidable path to take in this compactness of theoretical and practical thought. Lenin is our new teacher, always alive and adequate, because Leninism, as an instrument and a method, is born not only out of its place inside the composition of the working class, or simply out of its ability to describe and analyze class experiences and generalize them in order to turn them into a weapon. And Leninism does not simply emerge from the shift from the weapons of critique to the critique of weapons in a determinate class composition. It also and above all is able to keep measuring up to and verifying the leaps determined by the revolutionary process. Lenin's thought represents the paradox of an absolutely consistent theoretical continuity based on key concepts and on an elasticity that is ready to continuously adapt to new situations. This paradoxical characteristic is also typical of Marx's thought, at least where Marx confronts the level of politics and history, but Lenin takes this all a step up. The Marxism of the 1960s will be able to consolidate its hegemony in communist theory in Italy and in all advanced capitalist countries, when it rids the scene of all the archaic residues of traditional Third Internationalism, and recovers and develops this Leninism. To conclude, today our fundamental task is comforted by reading Lenin's texts. Our task is to carry out a systematization not only of the main concepts but also and above all of their relation to collective practice that, for the first time, we can now regard as a mature aspect of the communist project. The great changes our Leninism needs are not dependent on Lenin's limits, they derive from the revolutionary and communist maturity of class. Leninism today will demonstrate this ability to traverse the masses into the class and subordinate any theoretical approach to what the direct practice of revolutionary struggle is. It is no longer possible to move thought forward outside a relation of this kind. This is a provisional conclusion that we accept, reread, use, critique, and recognize ourselves in Lenin, but beyond all this, Lenin made his revolution. This is crucial. Any conclusion must take this into account and can only be provisional until our own revolution measures up to the classics. Part B. Appendix on Left-Wing Communism. A Conclusion and a Beginning. 30. A difficult balance. Left-wing communism, an infantile disorder, is a party manual, a manual for a party that has won and has begun to develop a strategic and tactical plan to build the model of the Workers' International, which subsequently became the foundation of the international organizational structures for the defense, the expansion, and the control of the expansion of the Soviet Revolution. I shall begin with our own experience in keeping with the general plan of the present pamphlet, the object of which is to apply to Western Europe whatever is of general application, general validity, and generally binding force in the history and the present tactics of Bolshevism. 1. Although it is a party manual, left-wing communism exports the model of a movement, that is, the model of the Soviet, of the socialist revolution grounded in the shift that occurred through the radicalization of the workers and the democratic struggle. Now we already have very considerable international experience which most definitely shows that certain fundamental features of our revolution have a significance which is not local, not peculiarly national, not Russian only, but international. I speak here of international significance not in the broad sense of the term, not some, but all the fundamental and many of the secondary features of our revolution are of international significance in the sense that the revolution influences all countries. Now, taking it in the narrowest sense, i.e., understanding international significance to mean the international validity or the historical inevitability of a repetition on an international scale of what has taken place in our country, it must be admitted that certain fundamental features of our revolution do possess such a significance. Of course, it would be a very great mistake to exaggerate this truth and to apply it not only to certain fundamental features of our revolution. It would also be a mistake to lose sight of the fact that after the victory of the proletarian revolution in at least one of the advanced countries, things will in all probability take a sharp turn, viz., Russia will soon after cease to be the model country and once again become a backward country, in the Soviet and the socialist sense. But at the present moment of history the situation is precisely such that the Russian model reveals to all countries something, and something very essential, of their near and inevitable future. Advanced workers in every land have long understood this, and more often they have not so much understood it as grasped it, sensed it, by revolutionary class instinct. Herein lies the international significance, in the narrow sense of the term, of Soviet power, and of the fundamentals of Bolshevik theory and tactics. Point 2. Furthermore, this manual offers the model of the action of the Russian party as a driving and fundamental example, but the validity of this model is brought to bear on the ability of the masses to verify it. The experience of the victorious dictatorship of the proletariat in Russia has clearly shown even to those who are unable to think, or who have not had occasion to ponder over this question, that absolute centralization and the strictest discipline of the proletariat constitute one of the fundamental conditions for victory over the bourgeoisie. This is often discussed. But not nearly enough thought is given to what it means, and under what conditions it is possible. Would it not be better if greetings in honor of Soviet power and the Bolsheviks were more frequently attended by a profound analysis of the reasons why the Bolsheviks were able to build up the discipline the revolutionary proletariat needs? As a trend of political thought and as a political party, Bolshevism has existed since 1903. Only the history of Bolshevism during the whole period of its existence can satisfactorily explain why it was able to build up and to maintain under most difficult conditions the iron discipline needed for the victory of the proletariat. And first of all the question arises, how is the discipline of the revolutionary party of the proletariat maintained? How is it tested? How is it reinforced? First, by the class consciousness of the proletarian vanguard and by its devotion to the revolution, by its perseverance, self-sacrifice, and heroism. Secondly, by its ability to link itself with, to keep in close touch with, and to a certain extent, if you like, to merge with the broadest masses of the toilers, primarily with the proletariat, but also with the non-proletarian toiling masses. Thirdly, by the correctness of the political leadership exercised by this vanguard, by the correctness of its political strategy and tactics, provided that the broadest masses have been convinced by their own experience that they are correct. Without these conditions, discipline in a revolutionary party that is really capable of being the party of the advanced class, whose mission it is to overthrow the bourgeoisie and transform the whole of society, cannot be achieved. Without these conditions, all attempts to establish discipline inevitably fall flat and end in phrase-mongering and grimacing. On the other hand, these conditions cannot arise all at once. They are created only by prolonged effort and hard-won experience. Their creation is facilitated by correct revolutionary theory, which, in its turn, is not a dogma, but assumes final shape only in close connection with the practical activity of a truly mass and truly revolutionary movement. Point 3. From this perspective, left-wing communism is highly problematic from the outset, and its main concern is striking a balance between the model it presents and its verification by mass action, the realization of a revolutionary process of international scope. But there is more to it than a search for a static equilibrium reliant on structural conditions that are predictably long-term and stable, as evidenced in the analysis carried out in individual countries experiencing situations different from that of 1920. The Bolshevik program needs to be measured up against the parameters of class composition and the model of subjective and party initiative. Each phase of the program had achieved a sort of stability in terms of prediction and had worked out an adequate model to resolve the relation between the organizational form and the initiative of the masses. But a highly problematic equilibrium is proposed in a dramatic situation wherein the triumph of the Bolshevik Revolution provoked the response of all national bourgeoisies, one that, in a period of deep crisis, began to make itself adequate to the need for an offensive restructuring. The difficulty of the relation between a revolutionary model and the initiative of the masses, both in its generality, as connected to the very nature of the problem, and its particularity, as connected to national situations, here is multiplied by the exceptionality of the period of class struggle at a continental level, by the harshness of the struggle itself, and the terrible decision of both contenders. Lenin describes with lucidity the second aspect of the question, concerning the exceptionality and harshness of this period of class struggle. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a most determined and most ruthless war waged by the new class against a more powerful enemy, the bourgeoisie, whose resistance is increased tenfold by its overthrow, even if only in one country, and whose power lies not only in the strength of international capital, in the strength and durability of the international connections of the bourgeoisie, but also in the force of habit, in the strength of small production. For, unfortunately, small production is still very, very widespread in the world, and small production engenders capitalism and the bourgeoisie continuously, daily, hourly, spontaneously, and on a mass scale. For all these reasons the dictatorship of the proletariat is essential, and victory over the bourgeoisie is impossible without a long, stubborn, and desperate war of life and death, a war demanding perseverance, discipline, firmness, indomitableness, and unity of will. Point 4. In addition to their emphasis on the exceptional ruthlessness of class struggle, did Lenin and the leadership of the Communist International recognize the exceptionality of the ongoing transformations of those years? The Soviet revolutionary model was entrusted to the experience of the masses in a period of extreme accentuation of class struggle, fine, but was there a perception of the dialectical shift that the victory of the Soviet Revolution had set off at the world level, and of the intensity of the response of both national bourgeoisies and single capitalists? In fact, from October onward in more or less time the bourgeoisie tried to gather its own forces to respond to the Bolshevik challenge multiplied by the workers' initiative on a world scale, and to use the entire armory at its disposal to this end. The bourgeois dictatorship reorganized itself and alternated despotic, fascist, forms with reformist means, armed with a growing awareness and an implacable anti-Bolshevik hatred. This reorganization touched on levels that were both structural and of social command, the state, as well as on the mechanism of social production. The Russian revolutionary initiative found an equal and opposite response from the side of capitalism. As always, the dialectics of workers' revolution met its powerful reverse in capitalist restructuring. The workers' revolutionary initiative had to measure itself up against this new level of power relations, and inevitably renew itself. Point 5. Does left-wing communism address these questions? Does it offer a model that is adequate to the new conditions of working class struggle as it developed after the October Revolution in capitalist restructuring? In this situation, is the equilibrium powerfully determined in Lenin's thought between the Bolshevik model and the Soviet and revolutionary initiative sustained, or does it break down? If we read left-wing communism as an attempt to respond to these questions, undoubtedly the text throws up a number of ambiguities. On the one hand, the presentation of the Soviet and Bolshevik model is extraordinarily powerful and thus embodies an absolutely valid revolutionary tension. On the other hand, the equilibrium between the subjective tension of the model and the new structural conditions of class struggle at the world level does not seem to be entirely adequate. Left-wing communism represents the beginning of a consideration and analysis of party relations on the international scale, of the relation, that is, between subjective initiative and political class composition, and this is an enthusiastic beginning, but still extremely skewed toward the Russian experience. This is the beginning of a new problem emerging, and ending, in the exposition of an old model, presented as a conclusion to the Russian experience. Let us analyze this question more closely. What is the very center, the main indication, of this pamphlet? It is the example of the Russian Bolshevik Party. Having arisen on this granite theoretical foundation, Bolshevism passed through 15 years, 1903 to 17, of practical history which in wealth of experience has no equal anywhere else in the world. For no other country during these 15 years had anything even approximating to this revolutionary experience, this rapid and varied succession of different forms of the movement, legal and illegal, peaceful and stormy, underground and open, circles and mass movements, parliamentary and terrorist. In no other country was there concentrated during so short a time such a wealth of forms, shades, and methods of struggle of all classes of modern society, and moreover, a struggle which, owing to the backwardness of the country and the severity of the Tsarist yoke, matured with exceptional rapidity and assimilated most eagerly and successfully the appropriate last word of American and European political experience. 6. Therefore, the whole Bolshevik strategy is taken up here, but tactical and strategic indications do not emerge out of nothing, they arise from an analysis of the political composition of class, from the political labor on the general conditions of a determinate proletariat, the Russian one in particular. Here all forms of struggle have been used and all revolutionary means experimented with. Time and again, the selection of the most adequate means was established by the party and verified by the masses. Bolshevism is not simply an openness to use all forms of struggle, but a commensuration of these weapons with an objective in light of the program and experience of the masses. The decisive question is thus, how can the instruments be commensurate with the objectives and adequate to the political composition of the working and proletarian class? The decisive question concerns the relation between the party and class composition, the revolutionary experience of the masses. The Bolshevik Party always managed to establish some equilibrium between these elements, until its victory. Well, on what grounds can this analysis of the comportment and line of the Bolshevik Party be extended? On what basis does it become a model? Given what we have argued in our attempted reconstruction of the main movements and modalities of Lenin's thought, the only ground where it is possible to exemplify the Bolshevik scheme into a model requires an analogy to the political situations and class composition. Lenin is right on this. We will later see how little he can be accused of scheming, and how attentive he is to the particularity of the situations instead. There is nothing schematic about the model he proposed. It is essentially and fundamentally a political fact. The extension of the Bolshevik Revolution can rely on a fundamental analogy to individual class compositions for a very simple reason, because the subjective power of the Russian Revolution pivots on the movement of the masses, is connected to a determinate model, and is sustained by the example of proletarian dictatorship. This is the point. Offering the model now, in 1920, means discovering a crucial dimension of the working class composition at the world level. Herein lie both Lenin's greatness and the fascination with left-wing communism. But left-wing communism is more than this. This new equilibrium between the organizational proposal at the international level and the subjective aspects of the political composition of the international proletariat was extremely fragile. We have seen why this was so. The equilibrium was mined by the capitalist ability to respond and was inevitably limited to the short term of a growing revolutionary tension. Paradoxically, the Bolshevik model was not presented as a figure of stabilization of the movement, but as an element of growth, a record of the offensive. Lenin's synthesis, in this case, is entirely a synthesis of the offensive, of the attack related to the short-term terms of the offensive and burned by the impelling defense of the Soviet regime. Because of this, the synthesis is fragile. The expansion of the communist movement necessitated other means at this stage. Above all, it needed to be able to forecast capitalists' and workers' comportments, the necessarily new configuration of the power relations between classes. Here left-wing communism falls, and not only does it fall, it also attempts, as we shall see, an ideological and false exit from the difficulties confronting it. For now, we will simply hint at this. We have seen Lenin's gaze move onto the character of power tout court, with its powerful abstraction, in order to single it out as the exclusive object of hatred and the target of the attack. But these emphases on the autonomy of the political, as determined as they were by the particular figure of Russian autocracy, had become exclusive to him. Here, instead, in the difficult situation of 1920, the analysis seems heavily tilted to this side. As we shall see, the attack on extremism or left-wing communism essentially moves from the defense of the autonomy of the political and is sustained by a demand for a formal position of the party before the structures of the state. As we shall see, Lenin exasperates particular and one-sided aspects of the global discourse in his particular situation, given the urgency of defending the Russian Revolution. 7. What does it matter? They can be subverted later. The sectarian singularity of their attitude innervates the overall strategy of the Bolsheviks. But one needed the strength to do that, to build continuity between a sequence of tactical moments and a strategic design. That did not happen. From this standpoint, left-wing communism contains the residue of a Leninism that is not singular and becomes characteristic of a historical phase of international communism. Over time, the autonomy of the political would turn into an ideology fixed in the political perspective of the international that sees the interests of power as primary. And so far, so good. But this is a different issue. The terrible thing, the real, deep betrayal of Leninism, the subversion of the continuity between Marx and Lenin, occurs when this ideology of power becomes unhinged from an analysis of the political class composition and dissolved into a mystification of capitalist power as something capable of an indeterminate variation of anti-workers' responses. The nexus between class action and capitalist restructuring is destroyed and organization becomes a fetish. The forecasting of capitalist comportments is flattened into sociological analysis in the recovery of economism. The naturalism and anarchist utopianism of the notion of the state become characteristic of the international communist movement, on the left and, more frequently, on the right. The exigencies of 1920 end up barring an understanding of capitalist development and of the transformations of working-class composition in the 1920s and 1930s. In the hands of the Dimitrovs and Tolyatis, left-wing communism becomes a reactionary weapon. In the following conversations we will explore, on one side, the limits and mystifications that were to befall left-wing communism and, on the other, Lenin's formidable ability to see in 1920 a tactical shift like the disciplined defense of the dictatorship of the proletariat as a fundamental moment of proletarian armament, for the revolution, for communism. Thus we must remember that the margin of equilibrium internal to left-wing communism is minimal. The structural difficulty of the Leninist synthesis is here exposed to capital's restructuration and fails to sustain its impact. Or rather, it only sustains it insofar as Lenin turns a situation of need into a moment of offensive, but it does not sustain it insofar as other necessary tactical shifts are turned into ideology and mystified in the strategy of the revisionists international. 31. A definition of left-wing communism, and some, Adequate. Examples. Lenin's pamphlet starts with an irrefutable definition of left-wing communism, a definition that is still valid today, if we substitute some of its terms, and that is grounded in the experience of struggle of the Russian party outlined in both its material origins and its theoretical and practical character. Let us read the definition. It is far from sufficiently known as yet abroad that Bolshevism grew up, took shape, and became steeled in long years of struggle against petty bourgeois revolutionism, which smacks of, or borrows something from, anarchism, and which falls short, in anything essential, of the conditions and requirements of a consistently proletarian class struggle. For Marxists, it is well established theoretically, and the experience of all European revolutions and revolutionary movements has fully confirmed it, that the small owner, the small master, a social type that is represented in many European countries on a very wide, a mass scale, who under capitalism always suffers oppression and, very often, an incredibly acute and rapid deterioration in his conditions, and ruin, easily goes to revolutionary extremes, but is incapable of perseverance, organization, discipline, and steadfastness. The petty bourgeois driven to frenzy by the horrors of capitalism is a social phenomenon which, like anarchism, is characteristic of all capitalist countries. The instability of such revolutionism, its barrenness, its liability to become swiftly transformed into submission, apathy, fantasy, and even a frenzied infatuation with one or another bourgeois fad, all this is a matter of common knowledge. But a theoretical, abstract recognition of these truths does not at all free revolutionary parties from old mistakes, which always crop up at unexpected moments, in a somewhat new form, in hitherto unknown vestments or surroundings, in a peculiar more or less peculiar situation. Anarchism was not infrequently a sort of punishment for the opportunist sins of the working class movement. The two monstrosities were mutually complementary. And the fact that in Russia, although her population is more petty bourgeois than that of the European countries, anarchism exercised a relatively negligible influence in the preparations for and during both revolutions, 1905 and 1917, must undoubtedly be partly placed to the credit of Bolshevism, which has always combated opportunism ruthlessly and uncompromisingly. I say partly, for a still more important role in weakening the influence of anarchism in Russia was played by the fact that in the past, in the 70s of the 19th century, it had had the opportunity to develop with exceptional luxuriance and to display its utter fallaciousness and unfitness as a guiding theory for the revolutionary class. At its inception in 1903, Bolshevism took over the tradition of ruthless struggle against petty bourgeois, semi-anarchist, or dilettante-anarchist, revolutionism, the tradition which has always existed in revolutionary social democracy, and became particularly strong in 1903, when the foundations for a mass party of the revolutionary proletariat were being laid in Russia. Bolshevism took over and continued the struggle against the party which more than any other expressed the tendencies of petty bourgeois revolutionism, namely, the Socialist Revolutionary Party, and waged this struggle on three main points. First, this party, rejecting Marxism, stubbornly refused, or, it would be more correct to say, was unable, to understand the need for a strictly objective appraisal of the class forces and their interrelations before undertaking any political action. Secondly, this party considered itself to be particularly revolutionary, or left, because of its recognition of individual terror, assassination, a thing which we Marxists emphatically rejected. Of course, we rejected individual terror only on grounds of expediency, whereas people who were capable of condemning on principle the terror of the Great French Revolution, or in general, the terror employed by a victorious revolutionary party which is besieged by the bourgeoisie of the whole world, were ridiculed and laughed to scorn already by Plekhanov, in 1903, when he was a Marxist and a revolutionary. Thirdly, the socialist revolutionaries thought it very left to sneer at comparatively insignificant opportunist sins of the German Social Democratic Party, while they themselves imitated the extreme opportunists of that party, for example, on the agrarian question, or on the question of the dictatorship of the proletariat. 1. The lack of method in the revolutionary analysis of the political composition of class, the tendency toward fanatical and individualist leftism and terrorism, opportunism and the absence of a party perspective on crucial questions, these are the features Lenin ascribes to extremism, and they are still current. Its origins are all petit bourgeois, its motivations desperate, and its extraneousness to the dialectics of collective practice total. The rogue character of extremism could not be better defined than by an explicit association with the definition of the material condition of uprootedness and precariousness of the petty bourgeoisie, of the small masters in whatever figure they present themselves. Lenin underlines its difference from the political comportment of the working class efficiently and truthfully. Our experience of these years and beyond has verified the validity of Lenin's definition. Point 2. The greatest danger for communism is failing to follow and carry out a class analysis of its motivations when it is politically necessary, or failing to develop the most rigorous and constant procedure of its criticism and self-criticism. Lenin's argument proceeds and extends in the rest of the pamphlet, tracing the reconstruction of two experiences of struggle against left-wing deviations within the party from the definition of extremism, and a recounting of the struggle against social revolutionary extremism outside the party. The two examples recalled are a discussion from 1908 on the question of participation in an ultra-reactionary parliament and in the legal societies subjected to ultra-reactionary laws, and the debate in 1918, the Brest Peace, on the question of allowing for some compromises. Lenin's analysis of these two cases develops the criteria of the definition of extremism outlined earlier. In both instances, the deviation consisted in failing to reconnect the ability of decision and the political line with a determinate analysis of class composition, and in subsequently giving rise to comportments and perspectives, in the case of the comrades fallen into deviation, of adventurism and opportunism. The first case concerns the question of sabotage. In 1905, Bolsheviks had boycotted parliament. At that time the boycott proved correct, not because non-participation in reactionary parliaments is correct in general, but because we correctly gauged the objective situation which was leading to the rapid transformation of the mass strikes into a political strike, then into a revolutionary strike, and then into uprising. Moreover, the struggle at that time centered on the question whether to leave the convocation of the First Representative Assembly to the Tsar, or to attempt to wrest its convocation from the hands of the old regime. When there was no certainty, nor could there be, that the objective situation was analogous, and likewise no certainty of a similar trend and rate of development, the boycott ceased to be correct. The Bolshevik boycott of parliament in 1905 enriched the revolutionary proletariat with highly valuable political experience and showed that in combining legal with illegal, parliamentary with extra-parliamentary forms of struggle, it is sometimes useful and even essential to reject parliamentary forms. But it is a very great mistake indeed to apply this experience blindly, imitatively, and uncritically to other conditions and to other situations. The boycott of the Duma by the Bolsheviks in 1906 was, however, a mistake, although a small and easily remediable one. A boycott of the Duma in 1907, 1908, and subsequent years would have been a serious mistake and one difficult to remedy, because, on the one hand, a very rapid rise of the revolutionary tide and its conversion into an uprising could not be expected, and, on the other hand, the whole historical situation attending the renovation of the bourgeois monarchy called for combining legal and illegal activities. Today, when we turn back at this completed historical period, the connection of which with subsequent periods is fully revealed, it becomes particularly clear that the Bolsheviks could not have in 1908-14 preserved, let alone strengthened, developed, and reinforced, the firm core of the revolutionary party of the proletariat had they not upheld in strenuous struggle the viewpoint that it is obligatory to combine legal and illegal forms of struggle, that it is obligatory to participate even in a most reactionary parliament and in a number of other institutions restricted by reactionary laws, sick benefit societies, etc. 3. Clearly the crux of the argument is established in the relation between class composition and revolutionary objectives, the keeping of the main means of revolutionary action. The same applies to the analysis of the second case, The discussion on Brest in 1918.4 Lenin's argument digs deeper into the terms of the definition of extremism and reinstates the more general aspects of its methodology and political critique. The certainty of the analysis of its character and the power relations of the political composition of the Russian proletariat determines adequate steps and adequately defines not only the currency of these deviations but also some important lines along which they can reproduce themselves. But anyone who set out to invent a recipe for the workers that would provide in advance ready-made solutions for all cases in life, or who promised that the policy of the revolutionary proletariat would never encounter difficult or intricate situations, would simply be a charlatan. 5. Having examined Lenin's definition of the concept of extremism in relation to the politics of the Russian party, we move closer to the core concern of the pamphlet. This is a polemic against the extremism of the comrades in Western Europe and a clarification of the equilibrium between the Bolshevik model and the revolutionary program adequate to the political class composition in Western Europe. In light of this statement and of all of Lenin's method, the analysis and polemic are intended to be internal, commensurate, and adequate to the object, which is the revolutionary movement in Europe. The definition of extremism based on the model and past history of the Bolshevik Party must become exemplary of the current vicissitudes of communist internationalism. By exemplary we mean the realization of a party line that is rigorous but not schematic. Does Lenin's exemplification achieve its aim? This is what we need to ask. The first target of Lenin's polemic is the line of left-wing communists in Germany. 6. It is not difficult for him to approach their kind polemically. Too much talk, doctrine, intellectually rigid alternatives, and utopianism. Lenin's black beast, the focus of his polemic, is clarified soon enough. It is the absurd and ridiculous subversion operated by left-wing communists of the right polemics against the corrupt heads of social democracy, the representatives of the labor aristocracy, and the counterpositing of the dictatorship of the masses to the dictatorship of the leaders. The consequences are extremely serious, since they imply a simultaneous underestimation of the power of the adversary that leads to the renunciation of the only valid means of struggle, the centralized Bolshevik Party, as well as to an overestimation of the power of the masses, of their spontaneity and closeness to communism. Repudiation of the party principle and of party discipline such is the opposition's net result. And this is tantamount to completely disarming the proletariat in the interest of the bourgeoisie. It is tantamount to that petty bourgeois diffuseness, instability, incapacity for sustained effort, unity and organized action, which, if indulged in, must inevitably destroy every proletarian revolutionary movement. From the standpoint of communism, the repudiation of the party principle means trying to leap from the eve of the collapse of capitalism, in Germany, not to the lower, or the intermediate, but to the higher phase of communism. We in Russia, in the third year since the overthrow of the bourgeoisie, are going through the first steps in the transition from capitalism to socialism, or the lower stage of communism. Classes have remained, and will remain everywhere for years after the conquest of power by the proletariat. Perhaps in England, where there is no peasantry, but where there are small owners, this period may be shorter. The abolition of classes means not only driving out the landlords and capitalists that we accomplished with comparative ease, it also means abolishing the small commodity producers, and they cannot be driven out, or crushed. We must live in harmony with them. They can, and must, be remolded and re-educated only by very prolonged, slow, cautious organizational work. They encircle the proletariat on every side with a petty bourgeois atmosphere, which permeates and corrupts the proletariat and causes constant relapses among the proletariat into petty bourgeois spinelessness, disunity, individualism, and alternate moods of exaltation and dejection. The strictest centralization and discipline are required within the political party of the proletariat in order to counteract this, in order that the organizational role of the proletariat, and that is its principal role, may be exercised correctly, successfully, victoriously. The dictatorship of the proletariat is a persistent struggle, bloody and bloodless, violent and peaceful, military and economic, educational and administrative, against the forces and traditions of the old society. The force of habit of millions and tens of millions is a most terrible force. Without an iron party tempered in the struggle, without a party enjoying the confidence of all that is honest in the given class, without a party capable of watching and influencing the mood of the masses, it is impossible to conduct such a struggle successfully. It is 1,000 times easier to vanquish the centralized big bourgeoisie than to vanquish the millions and millions of small owners, yet they, by their ordinary, everyday, imperceptible, elusive, demoralizing activity, achieve the very results which the bourgeoisie need and which tend to restore the bourgeoisie. Whoever weakens ever so little the iron discipline of the party of the proletariat, especially during the time of its dictatorship, actually aids the bourgeoisie against the proletariat. 7. This is beautiful passage. Here Lenin comes to the realization that the process of the withering away of the state is one of the destruction of the mechanisms of the production and reproduction of the power of capital at a level that was not found even in the state and revolution. But are the application of the Russian model and its exemplification really adequate to the German situation? The polemic against the left-wing communists, whether German or not, moves on to another level. Should revolutionaries work in reactionary trade unions? 8. Now Lenin does not mystify in any way the debate on the union. We know these passages and have often gone back to them in our conversations, that certain reactionary character of the union, or worse, that Mensheviks and social chauvinists, who represented a craft union, narrow-minded, selfish, case-hardened, covetous, petty bourgeois labor aristocracy, imperialist-minded, imperialist-bribed and imperialist-corrupted, 9 were nested in the unions as real labor lieutenants of the capitalist class, to use Daniel de Leon's terms, cannot be denied. But why draw from this recognition a renunciation of practice? Why reject the Bolshevik teaching to imperatively work wherever the masses are to be found? 10. And, worst of all, why use nonsensical arguments, such as the proposal of radically new and radically democratic means, in the mass reality of the Union? In this case, as in the polemic against the leaders, tactical mistakes are followed by strategic and theoretical ones, the underestimation of the enemy and the overestimation of one's own strengths. And we cannot but regard as equally ridiculous and childish nonsense the pompous, very learned, and frightfully revolutionary disquisitions of the German lefts to the effect that communists cannot and should not work in reactionary trade unions, that it is permissible to turn down such work, that it is necessary to leave the trade unions and to create an absolutely brand new, immaculate workers' union invented by very nice, and, probably, for the most part very youthful, communists, etc. etc. Capitalism inevitably leaves socialism the legacy, on the one hand, of old trade and craft distinctions among the workers, distinctions evolved in the course of centuries, and, on the other hand, trade unions which only very slowly, in the course of years and years, can and will develop into broader, industrial unions with less of the craft union about them, embracing whole industries, and not only crafts, trades and occupations, and later proceed, through these industrial unions, to eliminate the division of labor among people, to educate, school and train people with an all-round development and an all-round training, people who know how to do everything. Communism is advancing and must advance towards this goal, and will reach it, but only after very many years. To attempt in practice today to anticipate this future result of a fully developed, fully stabilized, and formed, fully expanded and mature communism would be like trying to teach higher mathematics to a 4-year-old child. We can, and must, begin to build socialism, not with imaginary human material, nor with human material specially prepared by us, but with the human material bequeathed to us by capitalism. True, that is very difficult, but no other approach to this task is serious enough to warrant discussion. 11. Lenin's writing is powerful for its realism and argumentative force. We must emphasize that he is attempting to present his own material investigation while faced with the roughness and soliciting coming from the left-wing communists of Western Europe. Lenin always tries to take into account the new situation of transition when facing both Russian and European debates, and is highly aware of the identity of the overall power relations dominating both camps. Let us read two more passages from this text. After the first socialist revolution of the proletariat, after the overthrow of the bourgeoisie in one country, the proletariat of that country for a long time remains weaker than the bourgeoisie, simply because of the latter's extensive international connections, and also because of the spontaneous and continuous restoration and regeneration of capitalism and the bourgeoisie by the small commodity producers of the country which has overthrown the bourgeoisie. The more powerful enemy can be vanquished only by exerting the utmost effort, and without fail, most thoroughly, carefully, attentively and skillfully using every, even the smallest, rift among the enemies, of every antagonism of interest among the bourgeoisie of the various countries and among the various groups or types of bourgeoisie within the various countries, and also by taking advantage of every, even the smallest, opportunity of gaining a mass ally even though this ally be temporary, vacillating, unstable, unreliable and conditional. Those who fail to understand this fail to understand even a particle of Marxism, or of scientific, modern socialism in general. Those who have not proved by deeds over a fairly considerable period of time, and in fairly varied political situations, their ability to apply this truth in practice have not yet learned to assist the revolutionary class in its struggle to emancipate all toiling humanity from the exploiters. And this applies equally to the period before and after the proletariat has conquered political power. Point 12. Therefore, as long as the bourgeoisie has not been overthrown, and after that as long as small-scale economy and small commodity production have not entirely disappeared, the bourgeois atmosphere, proprietary habits and petty bourgeois traditions will hamper proletarian work both outside and inside the working class movement, not only in one field of activity, parliamentary, but inevitably in every field of social activity, in all cultural and political spheres without exception. And the attempt to brush aside, to fence oneself off from one of the unpleasant problems or difficulties in one sphere of activity is a profound mistake, which will later most certainly have to be paid for. We must study and learn how to master every sphere of work and activity without exception, to overcome all difficulties and all bourgeois habits, customs, and traditions everywhere. Any other way of presenting the question is just trifling, just childishness. Point 13. If all these issues are rejected, if one refuses to use all means and move in every field or rejects the long battle internal to the ranks of the proletariat to change the current power relations, then one will think it possible to solve the difficult problem of combating bourgeois democratic influences within the working class movement by such a simple, easy, supposedly revolutionary method, when in reality they are only running away from their own shadow, only closing their eyes to difficulties and only trying to brush them aside with mere words. 14. But is this new exemplification of the Bolshevik proposal for Europe, one that implicitly dwells on the issues pertaining to Bolshevik theory and dramatically points to the commonality of the problem of the transition in Russia as in Europe, adequate to the needs of the German and European comrades? The question becomes serious, and it is appropriate for us to try to answer it. From a relatively personal point of view, I must immediately clarify that from the first readings of left-wing communism I have always had the impression that, despite everything, there lies in the roughness of the German comrades a dark prediction of a state of class struggle that was irreducible to the Bolshevik experience. In fact, German communists struggled against a social democracy that was not only a conglomerate of corrupt leaders, a whole of representatives of the labor aristocracy, but also a formidable mechanism of capitalist integration, a direct instrument for the social reproduction of capitalist relations that had very relevant functions, a slow but sure step in the capitalist pace toward its restructuring into social capital. In fact, German, Dutch, and English communists could not fight, along the ridge of tradition, for the democracy that followed. Unions, parties, and other representative institutions were actually becoming necessary moments of integration, moments of a system of new formation of the social legitimacy of capital. Only by directly putting a strain on the mechanisms of representation, breaking them, opening a political space directly to the action of the workers' variable could they hope to seize, In the medium to long term, a dimension of offensive and adequate revolutionary theory. What could the polemic of left-wing communism mean to these comrades? Didn't it end up configuring, for them, when they were faced with the problems that arose from the capitalist response, a position external to the needs gathered from the working class composition in which they operated? Didn't left-wing communism present itself to them more as a conclusion to the Russian debate on insurrection than as the beginning of a determinate analysis of the opening of the revolutionary process in Western Europe? And wasn't it the case that the ongoing capitalist initiative could only be anticipated by insisting precisely on the new form of organization of the base, on the opening up of a process of struggles not in the union, but anti-union? Wasn't the refusal of the centers of state political mediation, either as centers of denunciation or as centers of propaganda, actually setting off a process of reappropriation and a mass defense of spaces of power? This is one impression. If this were the case, left-wing communism would be a dead work, its efficacy would simply amount to the moralist appeal to and soliciting of the activism of the militant cadres. But this is not the case. Left-wing communism is also something else, the attempt to accelerate the pace of the revolutionary process through the revolutionary exporting of a victorious model, the attempt to invert the relation between composition and organization in the countries of Western Europe. Above all, left-wing communism, for Lenin, is the will to play out, in the short term, the process of the international revolution. From this standpoint, the serious limitations of its prediction are obvious, as are the limits of its adequacy to the single-class compositions in the short term. But this does not mean that these limits were not real, and that, once Lenin's own ability to directly lead the project waned, these would not come to the fore and determine significant conditions in the tragedy of the years of the 1920s and the 1930s. In the long term, the correctness of the definition of left-wing communism as a petty bourgeois phenomenon ended up being confounded with ambiguous exemplifications and, beyond Lenin's direction of the Communist International, was undoubtedly reduced to an instrument of repression. This became confused, and again, anarchism came to represent a sort of punishment for the opportunist sins of the working class movement. 15 Today, however, we are in the position to recover the correctness of Lenin's definition of extremism as a petty bourgeois ideology without falling into the quicksand of traditional exemplifications. And the more we recover this radical cleaning operation in Leninism, the more we will take into account another series of motivations of left-wing communism that leads to defining the most profound and truest moments of Bolshevism as a weapon of proletarian subversion. 32. Toward a new cycle of struggles. Left-wing communism is not only a correct definition of a petty bourgeois adventurist and terroristic deviation, it is not only the proposal of a Bolshevik model and the attempt to push for, in this way and in the short term, a formidable acceleration of the pace of the revolutionary process, it is not only even a series of exemplifications or applications of the Bolshevik model to the vicissitudes of class struggle and organization in Western European countries with the difficulties this entails. Left-wing communism is also the start of a new theme, the voluntary and decisive foreboding of a new cycle of struggles, the beginning of a discussion of the strategy, tactics, and organization of the international communist movement, not only as a repetition of the dialectical adventure of the capsizing and inversion of the relation between composition and organization, or in the sense of, as we have already pointed out, an acceleration of the revolutionary pace in the short term on the basis of Lenin's realization of the subjective transformations introduced by the Soviet triumph over class composition in advanced capitalist countries. There is more to it than this. We would like to trace, in left-wing communism, a second stratum in his political proposal and analysis that coexists with what we have argued so far but is not homogeneous to it, because instead of assuming the question of the international revolution as a conclusion to be drawn from the Bolshevik model, Lenin develops his discussion starting from an original novum, from the new international working class composition. From this standpoint, left-wing communism contains cues for an analysis and proposal whose fecundity we can only fully appreciate today. I am not trying to exaggerate Lenin's new awareness, but he certainly has no doubts about the fact that the historical period from the Paris Commune to the First Soviet Socialist Republic has come to a close. Point 1. There is more to this. After the proletarian revolution in Russia and its victories on an international scale, which were unexpected for the bourgeoisie and the Philistines, the whole world has changed, and the bourgeoisie has changed everywhere too. It is terrified of Bolshevism, incensed with it almost to the point of frenzy, and, precisely for that reason, it is, on the one hand, accelerating the progress of events and, on the other, concentrating attention on the suppression of Bolshevism by force, and thereby weakening its position in a number of other fields. The communists in all advanced countries must take into account both these circumstances in their tactics. Point 2. For this reason, unless we master all means of warfare, we may suffer grave, often even decisive, defeat if changes beyond our control in the position of the other classes bring to the forefront forms of activity in which we are particularly weak. 3. Violence and new forms of activity of the class adversary. On these terrains the communists, as the vanguard of the working class, must face the new cycles of struggle. Lenin's possibilism has nothing to do with unilateral availability in questions of organization, with an obligatory complement of theoretical cynicism, but it is the armada waiting for the opening of a new cycle. If these are the terms of the question, then the strategic perspective and the theoretical outlook need to completely open up again and retrace the whole dialectical path of the program. Lenin's insistence on the need to develop and reconstruct the particular character of the international strategic design form must be read as being very different from the bureaucratic order of specializations mandated by the central committees of external offices. This insistence, preoccupation, and instance are rather an attempt to found, again, in the new situation of the initiative, an idea of class composition and to ground again the unique international task of communists in this idea of class composition and the concrete modes of its expression. If we return to Lenin's study of dialectics, we could call this a search for the new essence of the movement, where by movement and essence we do not simply mean connection and coordination, but a new production of the revolutionary struggle. The conditions of the process are wholly material and consist in national particularities, and their driving force lies in the power of the working class. As Lenin writes, the big, advanced capitalist countries are marching along this road much more rapidly than did Bolshevism, which history granted 15 years to prepare itself, as an organized political trend, for victory. 5. To reinstate this, we are not exaggerating Lenin's awareness. We are retracing a second stratum in his thought that is often suffocated by other exigencies. But there is a hugely fascinating element in this text. Not only, in a more or less determinate way, is the theoretical stance turned toward the refoundation of class composition as the fundamental and exemplary yet not paradigmatic term of the revolutionary process, the analysis also wants to become internal to this refoundation and focus on the decisive shift immediately. Now all efforts, all attention, must be concentrated on the next step, which seems, and from a certain standpoint really is, less fundamental, but which, on the other hand, is actually closer to the practical carrying out of the task, namely, seeking the forms of transition or approach to the proletarian revolution. The proletarian vanguard has been won over ideologically. That is the main thing. Without this not even the first step towards victory can be made. But it is still a fairly long way from victory. Victory cannot be won with the vanguard alone. To throw the vanguard alone into the decisive battle, before the whole class, before the broad masses have taken up a position either of direct support of the vanguard, or at least of benevolent neutrality towards it, and one in which they cannot possibly support the enemy, would be not merely folly but a crime. And in order that actually the whole class, that actually the broad masses of the working people and those oppressed by capital may take up such a position, propaganda and agitation alone are not enough. For this the masses must have their own political experience. Such is the fundamental law of all great revolutions, now confirmed with astonishing force and vividness not only in Russia but also in Germany. Not only the uncultured, often illiterate, masses of Russia, but the highly cultured, entirely literate masses of Germany had to realize through their own painful experience the absolute impotence and spinelessness, the absolute helplessness and servility to the bourgeoisie, the utter vileness of the government of the Knights of the Second International, the absolute inevitability of a dictatorship of the extreme reactionaries, Kornilov in Russia, Kapp and Co. in Germany, as the only alternative to a dictatorship of the proletariat, in order to turn them resolutely toward communism. 6. Despite the indeterminacy of the argument and its methodological tone, from stitching up the fabric of class composition some important indications of the struggle of the new cycle emerge. The first element is the political experience of the masses, the second is the insistence on the last and decisive struggle to which the masses are called and to which they must come. Behind these indications a new subject begins to emerge in relation to the Russian experience and the Bolshevik model, and this subject is a mass subject capable of communism. The modes of the tactics then must start from this new composition and a more mature subject that is to be transformed by it. Lenin's attention increasingly moves from observation and suggestions relative to tactical shifts between democratic struggle and socialist struggle, between economic and political struggle, to an extremely robust and destructive concept of anti-capitalist workers' struggle. In starting from the new workers' subject, what interests Lenin is not the disquisition over democracy and socialism that typified the previous cycle of struggle. Here workers' struggle can strike at the heart of capital and use the crisis against it. An anti-capitalist use of the crisis to the end. The fundamental law of revolution, which has been confirmed by all revolutions, and particularly by all three Russian revolutions in the 20th century, is as follows: it is not enough for revolution that the exploited and oppressed masses should understand the impossibility of living in the old way and demand changes. It is essential for revolution that the exploiters should not be able to live and rule in the old way. Only when the lower classes do not want the old way, and when the upper classes cannot carry on in the old way, only then can revolution triumph. This truth may be expressed in other words: revolution is impossible without a nationwide crisis, affecting both the exploited and the exploiters. It follows that for revolution it is essential, first, that a majority of the workers, or at least a majority of the class-conscious, thinking, politically active workers, should fully understand that revolution is necessary and be ready to sacrifice their lives for it. Secondly, that the ruling classes should be passing through a governmental crisis, which draws even the most backward masses into politics. A symptom of every real revolution is a rapid, tenfold and even hundredfold increase in the number of members of the toiling and oppressed masses hitherto apathetic who are capable of waging the political struggle, weakens the government and makes it possible for the revolutionaries to overthrow it rapidly. 7. But this is not sufficient. Retracing this second stratum of left-wing communism, one comes to think that the rules of tactics and strategy change radically not only in the face of the main moments of the crisis, workers' use of the crisis, direct communist struggle, but also in their entire development. In the new cycle of struggles, on the basis of a new workers' subject, the gradualism of tactics and the party seems to wane. The inversion of the relation between composition and organization given in October seems by now to be embodied in the new class composition. Therefore it is the accumulation of struggles and their adding up to become a cycle, all against capital and not focused on various shifts but on the decisive shift, that is what interests Lenin. Workers' struggle matures the capitalist shifts and exposes capital to the harshest of offensives. Victorious Tsardom is compelled to accelerate the destruction of the remnants of the pre-bourgeois, patriarchal mode of life in Russia. The country's development along bourgeois lines proceeds with remarkable speed. Extra-class and above-class illusions concerning the possibility of avoiding capitalism, are scattered to the winds. The class struggle manifests itself in quite a new and more distinct form. 8. Hence the astonishing richness of content. 9. Of the struggles explodes and turns to directly revolutionary objectives. Because in the era of imperialism generally, and especially now, after the war, which was a torment to the peoples and quickly opened their eyes to the truth, viz., that tens of millions were killed and maimed only for the purpose of deciding whether the British or the German pirates should plunder the largest number of countries. All these spheres of social life are being especially charged with inflammable material and are creating numerous causes of conflicts, crises, and the accentuation of the class struggle. We do not and cannot know which spark of the innumerable sparks that are flying around in all countries as a result of the economic and political world crisis will kindle the conflagration, in the sense of specially rousing the masses, and we must, therefore, with the aid of our new, communist principles, set to work to stir up all and sundry, even the oldest, mustiest, and seemingly hopeless spheres, for otherwise we shall not be able to cope with our tasks, we shall not be comprehensively prepared, we shall not master all arms, and we shall not prepare ourselves to achieve either the victory over the bourgeoisie, which arranged all sides of social life and has now disarranged them in its bourgeois way, or the impending communist reorganization of every sphere of life after that victory. Point 10. Tactics and strategy are rooted in a new subject capable of communism and of the last and decisive shift. The emphasis is on spontaneity, development, and a variety of forms of struggle, on the cumulative character they reveal in the middle term, on the destructive character they make explicit in periods of crisis. What about organization? We have two considerations on this issue. The first is what Lenin regards as fully completed, the historical period in which the opinion we have always advocated, namely, that revolutionary German social democracy, came closest to being the party which the revolutionary proletariat required in order to attain victory. 11. The second consideration is that now the idea of Soviet power has arisen all over the world and is spreading among the proletariat of all countries with extraordinary speed. 12. Well, organization must change to reflect these considerations. We must not repeat the dialectical errors committed by the leaders of the Second International. They fully appreciated the need for flexible tactics, they learned themselves and taught others Marxist dialectics, and much of what they have done in this respect will forever remain a valuable contribution to socialist literature, but in the application of these dialectics they committed such a mistake, or proved in practice to be so undialectical, so incapable of taking into account the rapid change of forms and the rapid acquiring of new content by the old forms, that their fate is not much more enviable than that of Hindman, Geste, and Plekhanov. The principal reason for their bankruptcy was that they were enchanted by one definite form of growth of the working class movement and socialism, they forgot all about the one-sidedness of this form, they were afraid of seeing the sharp break which objective conditions made inevitable, and continued to repeat simple, routine, and, at a first glance, incontestable truths, such as, 3 is more than 2. But politics is more like algebra than arithmetic, and still more like higher mathematics than elementary mathematics. In reality, all the old forms of the socialist movement have acquired a new content, and, consequently, a new sign, the minus sign, has appeared in front of all the figures, but our wiseacres stubbornly continued, and still continue, to persuade themselves and others that -3 is more than -2, 13. Organization must change too and become adequate to the new contents of class composition. Obviously, on this second stratum of left-wing communism, the linearity of the argumentation is often suffocated by the needs of the movement, such as when Lenin places trust in the hope that old organizations can be seized again. The old forms have burst asunder, for it has turned out that their new content and anti-proletarian and reactionary content had attained inordinate development. Today our work has, from the standpoint of the development of international communism, such a durable, strong, and powerful content, for Soviet power, for the dictatorship of the proletariat, that it can and must manifest itself in every form, both new and old, it can and must regenerate, conquer, and subjugate all forms, not only the new, but also the old, not for the purpose of reconciling itself with the old, but for the purpose of making all and every form new and old a weapon for the complete, final, decisive, and irrevocable victory of communism. Point 14. But this cannot hide the intensity and novelty of the dialectical path, from new composition to new organization, which, if not described, is at least alluded to in this second stratum of left-wing communism. Again, once the Bolshevik ability to anticipate and lead has ceased, workers' struggle has to accomplish the philological labor of reading Lenin and filling his illusions with explosive contents. Our philology, too, is grounded in this new workers' struggle, in this new cycle of struggles, and in its new organization. 33. From left-wing communism to what is to be done? The burden of proof of the difficult equilibrium of left-wing communism fell on the development of class struggle in two ways. First, by exposing its negative side, the vicissitudes of the Communist International could not be more implacable evidence of the grave deviations to the right provoked by that polemic against leftism, so much so that the actual continuity of the international workers' movement was definitively broken, with no possibility of turning back and restoring it. Secondly, it exposed its positive side in the interpretation of the new workers' struggles around the world. In this respect, we should note that the moments of the second stratum, where Lenin tries to reinterpret some of the positions of extremists, found wide expression and affirmation through the struggles. In any case, the schism between the two sides of left-wing communism was aggravated and made extreme by the development of class struggle. Some people who are aware of this have treated Lenin as an empty shell to discard. Is it right to do so? If we were to keep to the reasons of tradition, to its respect and the habitual function of the institutional continuity of the workers' movement, it would be right to do that. But from the dialectical standpoint it would not, because the two sides of the difficult Leninist equilibrium are real moments, not only present in the institutional history of the workers' movement, but above all active in and inside the political composition of the working class. Here the victory of the institutional side was revealed to be ephemeral, and the tendency to develop the second side, through a new communist political class composition, became unstoppable. Our task will not consist in engaging in anti-Leninist polemics, but in trying to dig deep into workers' struggles and make the tendency Lenin hints at emerge in a way that can win organizationally. It is a case for moving back from left-wing communism to what is to be done, and to Lenin's refoundation of the new strategic project of the new political composition of the working class. The revolutionary task is to discover this undefeatable dialectical element. But this task cannot be proposed ambiguously again. I remember that starting in 1969 in the realm of the most apprised vanguards of the revolutionary movement, the rallying cry was, "Let's start saying Lenin." What came of it? A clumsy repetition of some aphorisms, the mechanical reproduction of a bureaucratic schema, theoretical reflux, and an accommodation of the positions of reformism. This is certainly not the trend we wish a resumption of Leninism to follow. It cannot sway between formalism and empiricism, it must rigorously become a substantial Leninist adherence to collective practice, to the political composition of the working class. We need a historical reconstruction of the vicissitudes of class struggle from Lenin's times to ours. How many and which periods of struggle have gone past? Certainly the period of that difficult equilibrium between workers and party, in which the figure of the mass worker, through spontaneity, compensated for the lack of a party leadership of the offensive. Today, what new development is determined between the insuppressible movement of leadership from below of mass actions and the functions of the offensive? To use Lenin's terms, how are the movements of the left and the right arm articulated? The historical crisis of capital that we are immersed in and that promises a repressive development in the long term tries out new mechanisms of class restructuration. How can the capitalist initiative be anticipated on this terrain and in this perspective? Moreover, in this new historical period of class struggle, how are the various components of the proletarian movement recomposed and restructured? What is the relationship between autonomy and leadership? We have often insisted on the importance attributed by the new political class composition to the movements of proletarian autonomy insofar as they anticipate and chase after the operations of capitalist power along internal and vertical lines, but how can a sense of direction be recomposed in this movement? How is it necessarily built from below and from within? We have insisted on the proletarian tendency toward direct reappropriation and the establishment of a dualism of power on these grounds in the medium term, How, given this situation, are the moments of the workers' and proletarian dictatorship for communism established and built? These are only some of the questions facing us and looking for a solution in the practice of the masses. In fact, even the question of anew what is to be done, is terribly complex, because, as Lenin taught us, the totality of the question's conditions and inseparably unites content and form. Now, the process of class reorganization starts from a series of crucial premises, the first of which is the urgency for class to reappropriate its own organization and immediately make it an instance of power. The problem of organization emerges and develops, in a Leninist way, from a total adherence to these fundamental comportments. The working class displays an impressive maturity, and the tendency of organization comes to affirm itself amid a burst of comportments of liberation and power struggles, a condensed and powerful mass looking for a new expressive force. As we are confronted with this violence of mass processes, this geological explosion of the movements, of what use can old aspirations and icons be? Again, from the standpoint of Leninist dialectics, we must recognize the new dialectical shift as it is determined not only by the domination of the totality over single contents and forms, but also by the self-productive power of the process, its violence and radical nature. The new what is to be done, is written by the masses today. Lenin alluded to this task when he dedicated the second stratum of his left-wing communism to the masses and the violence of the international revolutionary process. Note that what we are talking about is not old spontaneism or being at the tail of the masses. The continuous experimentation with organization of the new left and the constant risk of making relevant to the masses what the material movements of class built are subjective tasks, but they are tasks, not delegations. When the working class took delegation away from the institutional workers' movement, it took it away from everyone. It was not simply the denunciation of the betrayal of the institutional movement, but a radical and substantial modification of the political composition of class. And if we wish to speak of betrayal, we need to clarify that it did not consist in failing to be loyal to the original model of Bolshevism but in failing to mediate, through a constant revolution of organization, the two elements of the difficult equilibrium Lenin had tried to mediate in left-wing communism. Continuity could only amount to permanent transformation, the subjective risk of anticipating and revealing what the masses came to build into their process of liberation and power struggle. It is neither delegation nor betrayal. There can be no delegation, even to identify the terrain of a new organizational synthesis, but only the risk of theoretical and practical anticipation, and thus the development of a specific function of the mass movement itself. How are we to move forward if the only practice of what is to be done, permitted today is one of intensification of all moments of autonomy? How is the shift to unity not only unity of program but also unity of timing given the ultimate and decisive moment that Lenin recognizes as our right commitment and that his last work places the greatest emphasis on? In other words, how is the materialist definition of the essence as connection and coordination turned into a definition of the movement as production, which is typical of Lenin's materialist dialectics? Or in other words again, how can we configure, today, when faced with a determinate political class composition, that Leninist practice of the revolutionary inversion of the relation composition organization into organization composition? We only have fragments of the needed answers to these questions, which are sparse but rooted in the comportment of the masses. Workers' and proletarian autonomy is the fundamental fabric these comportments are rooted in, and from an internal analysis of workers' autonomy, the chapters of a What is to be done, founded on the present composition of class unfold. At the level of tactics, it moves in the intermittent but continual shift from communist, radically egalitarian, demands on wages and salaries to actions of direct reappropriation, to movements of organization and management of power. At the level of organization, it is found in the development, in leaps and yet uninterrupted, from the pluralism of points of organization and the contemporary plurality of all forms of struggle, in the Leninist sense, both legal and illegal, to the coordination of the overall initiative and the accumulation of moments of clash. Workers' autonomy has learned to manage a permanent organizational revolution. It does not fear the danger of a possible dispersion of its strength because it knows that this molecular fabric lives off irreducible power relations. Instead, it refuses all forms of gradualism in the management of the struggle because this destroys its strength and entails the delegation and representation of a power that the class knows it can manage. The highest realization of the working class today is that power does not come into being in representation and delegation, but is established in class itself. Strategy, the path toward a qualitative leap demanded by revolutionary dialectics, is in no way analogous to the process of representation. This is a discontinuity that needs to be posited inside class, in its immediacy and particularity. The essence must be recognized as productive and denied as a connection. Having said this, no problem has been solved, we only reframed the question from the standpoint of the political comportments of class. The mechanism of a solution can only emerge if one digs deeper into the mix of the power relations that constitute class composition, into the analysis of the indissoluble nexus that ties together the comportments of class and capitalist development. The relationship between the theory of imperialism and the strategy of insurrection outlined by Lenin during the First Imperialist War is a perfect model of the path of revolutionary thought that is adequate to its times. Now as then, the analysis must retrace the interconnections between struggles and capitalist development, between struggles and crisis, restructuration, and so on. Insofar as struggles have imposed development upon capital, their immanence in the material structure of power has become stronger. Hence the need for a punctual analysis that is always fixed on the class standpoint and always mobile in the interrelations of power. Today we have the chance to read, from our standpoint, what capital can no longer read from his. Schematics, formalism, and irrationalism permeate the human and social sciences of capital. They are no longer able to even describe the effects of exploitation, something that bourgeois radicalism had traced at points, and they no longer allow capital to restructure and intervene in the way that it managed to do until the 1930s. Only from the class standpoint can the current situation of power relations be explained. Capital can, and is forced to, come to this recognition only when it has the chance to preventively and repressively manipulate the forces that constitute the working class standpoint. We could give many examples of this: inflation, the play of multinationals, and so on. But this is not the place for it. Here we only want to recover Lenin's teaching in an intentional and informal manner. We must turn the analysis that capital twists to control development, leading to the deepening of the crisis. With this, we come close to Lenin's operation of the inversion of practice. The dialectical shift pivots on the crossing of revolutionary will and capitalist crisis, one that only the scientific class standpoint can outline. In this perspective, Leninism is the ability to turn Marxian scientific analysis into a weapon of the proletariat and the armory of the masses. We have seen, studied, and experienced moments when this happened. Criticism and self-criticism must now carry out the task in continuity with a new Leninist exegesis that is all practical and all mass-based. In fact, what we experienced in European countries and especially in Italy during the 1960s represented a formidable preparatory experience for a revolutionary process that will later mature into an offensive. But only if we deepen the critical and self-critical analysis of our 1905, only if we do this at the level of the masses, can the process of revolutionary organization adequately grow. Terrible times lie ahead of us. The capitalist terrorist use of crisis, the repressive transformation of the state, the definitive change in the rule of development, and the fall of the law of value, we see all this and we will see it more and more heavily turned against us. We will have to resist. We will rediscover, with Lenin, that all of the weapons of the proletariat must be used, especially those that are most heavily denied to us by a tradition of defeat and betrayals. To this, we must add that Marx and Lenin's definition of our task of destruction of the state for communism will only be given within the recognition of a newly recomposed strategic project, and in a subsequent cycle of international workers' struggles. It is your task, workers and students, all of us marching under the flags of communism, to solve, in subversive practice, the question of insurrection and liberation.